Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Platoon Pad. It is a pleasure to have you here as usual. I'm your host, Crypto Ranger, and in today's stream, boy oh boy, do we have a lot of things to cover. Lots of things to talk about. What will it be for BTC? That's the main question. Everybody wants to know. I want to know. I'm curious as well. But today is also a big day because we have, for the first time, about a week ago, launched the first giveaway on this channel, and we're gonna have plenty of those to come. And that giveaway is going to land on one of you lucky traders out there. $1,000 USDT, baby. Oh, that didn't sound right. I guess what I want to say is it's almost Friday. It is Friday. Maybe it is. I don't know. It's Saturday where I am. But we're going to have a stream that's full of technical analysis as always. But also we're going to have a few lessons along the way. Managing trades, executing positions, all that goodness. It's a constant learning process that never ends, shouldn't end. And I'm happy to be a part of it, and I hope you enjoy it as well. Now grab your drinks, enjoy the view. Do whatever you need to be comfortable. Don't stress. Everything will be all right. We got this. Bitcoin is likely to go up, but there are a couple of nuances that we must take a look at. Welcome to all the new traders that have joined us recently. You guys are awesome. Congratulations. You have purchased the MarketSpy system, and you're now part of the gang. And also the Platoon. Special shout out to you guys. And I'll see you in a second. We'll go back to the office. Go grab a drink, coffee, anything. Actually, there's one more thing. And we're going to sit down and we're going to take a look at what Bitcoin's been up to. We're going to look at the chart. We're going to break it down real quick for you. But if you're in the trade right now, that little pump that we just had on the 1 hour time frame is what I'm looking at. I suggest that you cast a ladder. If you have Bybit Pro, make it easy for yourselves and accumulate as it dips a little bit, does a little squat. Because I think there's a continuation potential for this in the next 12 hours or so. So that's a little quickie for those of you who are right now thinking about executing a trade or are in a trade. You're looking to chase that rise. I don't think it's going to fade. We have held the weekly support level pretty well. It looks like we have accumulated there nice little range on lower time frames. And there's a chance for it to continue moving up. But a small retrace is your chance to get an entry. Don't go all in using market buttons, of course. Be smart. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the office. We're about to start, but we're waiting for more people to join us before we get our hands dirty. I have a couple of charts to show you. And of course, before every stream, we run a little poll to see what the sentiment is like among those who are part of our group. As you can see, everyone's expecting a little rip, and I think they might be right. Now, I myself am long. Rather, I have been long. These are tiny little scalps, guys. Tiny little scalps. I posted a chart to the platoon where we have a very coiled up pattern on Bitcoin that is looking like it wants to expand. And from the looks of it, I think a rip upwards is what we want to see Bitcoin do. For the most part, I think that's what we're looking at. And it's going to zigzag its way. I just wish that we would finally end this consolidation phase, whatever the hell is going on with it right now. Not a single analyst in the world is sure about what Bitcoin is going to do. There's a lot of speculation. For systemic traders who are using algorithms or models that similar to MarketSpy or MarketSpy itself, I think that you may have noticed that over the past few days, we have had what I would call impulses that are expected to follow if you're using traditional trading methods, to which there are no extremely different alternatives, because all of it is pretty much the same. You have a signal, you have a pullback, you have an entry, and you expect a continuation. So if you're going long on one, you want to see that one post a long signal, and then you want to go long when it dips to 0.5, then you get in and you exit at 1.5. The basic 1R sort of play. And the reason it has been extremely difficult is because once we get a signal, continuation signal, because it's a range, we're not seeing any continuation, but we have to keep trying to get in for potential play that would give us a continuation signal. So far, that has not been the case. We have seen lots of fake outs. They're not really fake outs, in my opinion. I think it's just what the range looks like basically when you're trading inside of a flat. What tends to happen is you have an impulse, such as the one that we have right now, a pullback, and that pullback tends to trade through the level where it's supposed to stop, and it actually posts another low or goes back right to where the initial impulse happens. And it just stays there, reaccumulates and posts another move, either down or up. Those are very short-lived. I think scalpers benefit the most from trading within the range. It's been flat since forever, maybe 2 months in a row now. We're still at this rounded off 30K level. Hey, your chat! I can see your chat in the little. On the desk over there. That's quite cool. What do you guys think of that? Now you're part of the office, part of the mighty desk. So we have these Bitcoin plays that they're extremely short-lived, and I think trading a candle a day keeps the FOMO away and keeps the account healthy. I don't think we should be looking to. Once we have a breakout, obviously we should count on a continuation to occur. We will post higher highs, maybe higher lows, and continue. And any pullback would actually give us a chance to go long and to go continuously in the direction of that long. However, keep in mind that your entries and exits are perfectly suited for ATR numbers right now. If you're trading this, you're looking for ATR values. You're not being greedy. You're just following the numbers, okay? Those are the best things, best trading hygiene that you can have right now. It's very healthy to be aware that the environment that we're in right now is non-trading, trending environment. So any tiny little move, let's say you get an entry, you have a position. If I would say within the next few minutes, price does not move in the direction, then I think you should just post a stop loss right at your entry using Bybit Pro. Very quickly execute that that stop right at entry. And I think you may have these fee-based losses at entry. So basically just paying fees for trying. But ultimately, once you land yourself a trade, it'll probably outweigh, based on the impulses that I've been looking at on the charts. You can have like 10 failed attempts to go long or short. If you're unidirectional, you're going long in one particular direction off of a base, consolidated base like what we have right now, and you're only looking to do that. You're not looking to go short. And if you're going short, you're doing the same. And eventually you get, if you do get stopped out, I think those fees are negligible. And I personally recommend that people just go long, even if Bitcoin is falling. Just by looking at this consolidated range, we can see how it was probably more profitable to be long at any base that you can find here on Bitcoin. So I'm going to pull up the chart. But how you guys doing? Let me know in the comments below. How's your week? Hopefully everything's great. I had my just on a personal note, my MRI scan yesterday, and in a different city. I stayed at a guest house. A couple of trades using laptop Bybit Pro, quick and dirty. 0.1x leverage, nothing crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna get my results. It's a tumor scan, basically. I don't know what's in my brain, but they'll find out and they'll give me the results. It was the most horrific experience ever. They blast you with these, I don't know what it was. It's some sort of ultrasonic sound speakers or something that they attach to your head, and then the sound was so maddening. It actually provoked me. Like I lost my shit. I went crazy. Like I wanted to kill the technician in there, because they didn't warn me that it was going to be so loud, so penetrable. It went right through my skull like a drill, like a jackhammer. But anyways, we'll roll with the punches. We'll see what's in there. Be my first brain scan too. Curious. Thanks for all the support that you guys have shown over the last couple of weeks since we had that stream. I've received messages and people with similar experiences. You guys hang in there. We'll all make it through these difficult times. So I was watching this movie on my phone while driving, and it was playing on. Yeah, I do that. I have my phone on the dashboard, and sometimes I play a movie. I just listen to it, not really watch it, but listening to it. And it was about this famous gangster who built the casinos with Benny Siegel, Bugsy. They started this whole casino madness, basically legitimate business today, but back in the day it was a different kind of story. But Lansky, I think that was the name. Not really sure. Not too deep into crime stories and then biographies, but anyways, this guy talking about how he made $300 million and he hid it, and the feds were not able to find it. And it's nothing special about the movie, but there was this one quote that blew me away. It was just, as I was driving, I was listening to it, and the quote was, he basically hired this book writer to write a biography about his life, Lansky, the gangster who built casinos with Bugsy Siegel. And that guy was not being honest with him. I don't know, something about him not telling him the truth, that he was working with feds as he was writing the book. FBI was in contact with the book writer, basically, and he did not tell that to the gangster, to this Lansky guy. And there was this one quote. He just grabbed him by his shoulder, looked at him, and said, let me tell you something. And he goes, you can lose money. Because he asked him, what about the money? Where did you hide the money? FBI wants to know it, and he's kind of like working on their behalf, asking him these questions, writing a book, but at the same time trying to take that opportunity to ask him about the money. It's like, so where's the money? What happened to all the money that you've accumulated over the years? Where is it? In Israel, or like where are you hiding it? Because he's been around, around the world. He's got a couple of hot spots that base here, base there. But he asked him about the money, and he says, well, let me tell you something. And he tells him to his reply, instead of breaking it down and telling him what the money is, he said, you can lose all the money you have, everything, down to a single penny. You can lose it all, and you haven't lost anything. You lose your health, you lost something. And like, you lose your character by not being honest with yourself and others. You lose everything. And that was so profound. I heard that. It's like, this guy, this guy, I don't know how bad he is and how many people he's killed, but that right there, that's one of my favorite quotes of 2021. You can lose the money. And I instantly thought about trading and how difficult it must have been for a lot of people. And he said, you've lost nothing. Don't worry about it. It's not worth fidgeting over. Just stay cool. And you lose your health. You stress over these things, and you lose your health, and then you lose something. You'll feel that. I instantly thought about my hearing and what's been happening with my ears, and could it be stress related, sleepless nights? What is it? Over the years, maybe it's accumulated. And he said, but if you lose your character, you're done for. It's like, be honest with yourself. So I again thought about trading, and when executing trades and doing things on the chart, and I thought to myself that being honest with price action, there's a philosophical component there where you can look at it this way and say that trading is, sometimes we're just lying to ourselves. We're trying to see something that's not there. We're not sure. We're following emotions, and we're not really true. We're not synchronized. And I have lost that little element in the last few months, that synchronization, because of my absence. When I had to step away for a little while, there was like this disconnect between me and the chart and the price action. And then you hear about stories. You're looking at comments in the press, analysts. I call my friends and what they're doing, and everyone's confused as shit. It's not easy. It's not easy to make money, because the returns are a lot smaller, because the risk appetite is not there, and the money that's at risk, we have to protect it vigilantly, more aggressively than ever before. And that is something that kind of resonated. That quote kind of brought all these elements together. And I thought I'd share this with you, because I think you should go and watch the movie. It's great on its own, but even for that quote, the way he said it, it was really, I felt it. Great stuff. Rest in peace, Lansky. Thanks for the casino. Here we are trading Bitcoin derivatives, But yeah, back to the charts. Let me scan the comments real quick. Thank you, Clifton Lewis. Everyone else. Great stuff. Yeah, MRI scans, because of your hearing. Yeah. Oh, Karena is here. Long time no see. Welcome back. Glad you're enjoying the desk. Yeah, we got some new furniture here, as you can see. Integrity is key to life, regardless of income or status. And what do you have? What do you have here on YouTube and everywhere else? People just flaunting, flossing, showing off nonstop. Materialism. I got this, I got that. Size, trading, overnight, 18K. Profits. It comes and goes. Easy come, easy go. I'm very skeptical of a lot of traders that I see, because I know it's a full-time thing, and if you're doing it part-time, you know, your results should reflect. It should not be the case where it substitutes your full-time income. If you were to have if you were working in a professional field, for example, that cannot be. It can add to it, but cannot be substituted, I think. But we seem to be looking at the opposite here on YouTube and other platforms, where people are talking about how you can make full-time income. I think it's great, and it teaches you a lot, and it can definitely add up, but not as it's presented. Yeah, but losing money, you know, philosophically, at the end of the day, it feels shitty. It feels very personal. It's called Lansky. John Anderson, called Lansky, the movie. Maybe on Netflix. I don't know. Someone hooked me up with it, so I don't know what the source was, but wink, wink. You know what I mean? They hooked me up. It was great. I enjoyed it. Thanks to the original provider. Okay, now stream elements set up. Ignore that. I don't know how to undo some of these things that have been set up. We get to the juicy part. Waiting for more people. Heat up the chat. Heat it up. It's getting cold in here, guys. One thing that I wanted to quickly bring your attention to was a little rant. Let's take a look at it. This is my favorite news site, just because I drool over the comments here. As you will see in a moment, this is pure entertainment, and I think it's brilliant. So you have lots of news sources here, and I just wanted to take a look at some of them, because it seems that just let me have some fun. All right, forgive me if we're not jumping on the charts immediately, but if you're time constrained, but I look at other channels and people are like reading news and they have 200,000 subscribers, like out of my face. So let's give it a try. Let's give it a try and see what we can find here. And for myself, I have scanned this today once. As you can see, I clicked on these links. But I wanted to talk about this fellow right here. He explains, the Elon Musk character explains why Dogecoin, Doge. GIF or GIF? Leave me alone. How Dogecoin will be superior to Bitcoin and Ethereum after its big upgrade. Now, I think this guy is a 100% government spook that's been bought a long time ago, and he's fully hooked on strings. I mean, this is complete nonsense. You know how long it took, like the developing the community surrounding Bitcoin, all the enthusiasts, all the people who are like mining it, who are backing it, who are talking about upgrading it, lightning and everything. You know, this is a really disrespectful claim when someone of his caliber. It doesn't even matter. We're back to the Lansky movie. You know, money doesn't make a man. Man makes the money. You guys remember that? Or woman, or whoever you identify as. It doesn't make you. You make it. Okay? And this guy seems to think that because of that, but then again, it's society. Society puts a lot of weight on his opinion, because who cares what he thinks? He's not all there. He is not all there, and he's very disrespectful. He's not considerate towards he wants to put human race on Mars, and he's talking about the next step. Well, these guys want to put the economy and our broken banking system to the next level. We want to put it on Mars too. Everyone collectively, traders, developers, whoever's involved in it, hodlers. And this guy just shits on them all, on us, and talks about how he just went eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and he picked Doge because, right? And now he's talking about how this is. I mean, I could choose any coin and say, hey, it's just as viable. You can use that and then surpass Bitcoin and Ethereum in terms of speed. Hey, Tron, take that for example, right? Any stable coin. But the thing is, this guy needs to go. He needs to sell all his Bitcoin, hopefully, so I can buy it from his hands. 25K. By the way, a lot of curious cats coming on to our streams, waiting for a price prediction impatiently, DMing me. They go, what will it be? What will it be? Never will it bring me down to my knee, down to my knee, down to my knee, down to my knee, knee. 20K, 20K. Don't delay, don't delay. Dump it now, dump it now. Dump it how, dump it how.
Elon Musk must sell his possessions.
Yeah, he needs to dump his Bitcoin so that we can finally get to those levels and re-upload ourselves into the matrix with Bitcoin in our hands or whatever. I will not tolerate exiting into USD and USDT because I did that when we had the coronavirus drop. I did that at 8K. It dropped to 4. Took about a month for it to recover. I was like, all right. It goes high. I ended up buying in at 12. So this recovers, and there's a chance it might. I'll show you what I'm looking at on the charts. I think Bitcoin is preparing that surprise attack on everyone. It's going to launch it. But yeah, people like him need to get out of the game. Look at the comments here. Please stop listening to this man. Joshua 830. Joshua, if you're watching this stream, you're the man. We should listen to you because this is as simple as that, you know. Unsubscribe, unfollow his tweet. Not telling you what to do, but I'm just saying. I'm on Twitter, but I don't even know what I'm doing there. It's a whole bunch of nonsense, waste of time. It doesn't matter which is technically superior. There are other blockchains that are technically superior. There are way more factors at play, and I think he knows that. Yeah, Elon Musk bought a shit ton of Dogecoin, and he wants to get rid of it now, for sure. There's no ifs or buts about it. He wants to exit. He wants to scam people. He's a heartless bastard. Okay, and we should not trust this man. This man is a Masonic a-hole making money from the poor. No, it's not as black and white as that, but yeah, you can look at it that way. It seems the market doesn't react to his BS anymore. Maybe. He is manipulating the market so he can buy low. If Tesla was holding Bitcoin, you guys tell me if they were holding Bitcoin and true believe. Remember when I told you they sold it a long time ago? And he's like, no, we just wanted to see, test the liquidity to see if, we wanted to see if Bitcoin can have the liquidity so that we can sell.
Shut the hell up.
You know? The devil himself hates him.
I hate that guy.
100%. That guy's... Anyways. This is nonsense. And why do we have this? This is a joke. It's a joke. Now, Bitcoin is a miracle. Steve Wozniak. Better than gold, says Apple co-founder. Now, this Apple co-founder launched his own token. You guys know the Woz token? It was. I don't know if it still is. But there was a token, and he's responsible for that. I don't know what happened to that, and now it's back to Bitcoin. I have no idea. I think these news sources is the problem because they'll quote anything. Throw a monkey in there and make it say Bitcoin, and they'll quote it, and the market will probably dump. Chimp learn how to say Bitcoin. Oh no, humanity is doomed. The apes are coming. They mentioned Bitcoin. Serious Bitcoin and Ethereum warning and calls for maximizing Dogecoin upgrade after price crash. But yeah, there are a lot of goodies on here. If you guys are not using Crypto Panic, you should, because we have this thing is posting to Discord all the time. That's how I found out about it. There was a bot that allowed to source it from here.
All right, hey everyone, welcome to another episode of Trading Bitcoin.
Hey,
with your host Tone Base, coming to you live this Friday,
Tony Tone,
July 9th. Man, right. Hey, time absolutely flies. But is designed. Keep an eye. Weekly chart. Let's go straight to the weekly chart instead of long. Now, I'm not saying you should be short instead of long. I am saying that one of my favorite indicators that I use religiously is saying you should be short. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to be short, but the last time the same indicator gave me a red star was over here, and that certainly turned out to be a very good short trade, even though even I did not believe it.
Lagging indicators, giving you a second short signal at the bottom of a consolidated range. I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so. Agree to disagree. I don't think so. A TikTok influencer is banned from promoting cryptocurrencies. Good. How did Elon Musk? You know what? It's the community. We did this to ourselves. Bitcoin community brought Elon Musk onto themselves. We so wanted to get his attention. Do you guys remember when he first recognized that first Bitcoin tweet and everyone was like, ah! He's tweeting about Bitcoin. You guys remember that? Everyone was so excited. I was excited. Damn. And now we can't get rid of him. It's one of those things, you know? Like one of those guys that you invite to your party and they come over, but the minute they're there, you instantly regret it, or something along those lines. And you can't get rid of them because it's just like, yeah, they kind of stick, you know? Toxic. Hard to get rid of. I don't like him. Never did. Bitcoin is waiting for a bullish catalyst. I think that's what it is in this accumulation range, is that the market is really waiting for a catalyst to make, because that's the only thing that can actually, and this guy is like a splinter, you know. He's so annoying. He's in between this accumulation range, and I think we're looking at a banana pattern. You guys know what I'm talking about, the banana pattern? We'll take a look at it shortly, but I think it'll do one of those classic rapid down and then up. You know, what makes price go up away from a level? Why do we have fake outs in one direction and then a reversal in the opposite direction first? Never chase the first move that occurs. Always wait to get in on a retest or reaccumulation range. Because it looks for liquidity. It sees what this. Now this can be stops, this can be bid orders, this can be a whole bunch of things like margin, zones, you know, all those kind of things contribute to a place of liquidity. So that's why we see price can dip. Those banana patterns kind of goes up, sags a little bit. People are not willing to buy as it goes up, but they're waiting for a retrace. But at the same time, they want to buy lower. So it trades through the level, goes all the way down, picks up a whole bunch of bids there, and Bitcoin is bid, and it rockets off into this. So it needs that fuel. Think of it as a fuel. It goes for the fuel. It needs to have that in order for it to go up. It cannot just go up
being dead. That's why MarketSpy, when you see the momentum is just like dead and it suddenly starts moving for no reason without actually posting that little gray wave at the bottom, a nice rounded GPS dot wave. That one is dumping, but when it's like flat and it suddenly starts to move up, those get faded. A day later, you come back and we're right back to the base or even lower than that. Yeah, so that banana milkshake, that's right, Sykes. It's coming. We'll see if it is. I know it sounds ridiculous, but we have to use everything that's available to us. The final piece over here, I just couldn't help but notice Poopcoin. I think, I don't know. It's not the capitulation phase yet, but this is innovation right here, ladies and gentlemen. It's Poopcoin, and apparently a Korean professor uses bio waste to mine crypto. A middle finger to Elon Musk. So students in a South Korean college are earning crypto mined from the energy generated from their excrement. All I have to say is, you gotta be shitting me. Innovation, ladies and gentlemen, this is awesome. Literal shitcoin. Literally. That's amazing. Novogratz. Mike Novogratz, what is he saying? Asia sells it off and the US buys it back. Genius. During the interview, billionaire investor Mike Novogratz talks about the crypto space in general and Bitcoin in particular. Former hedge fund manager Novogratz is the founder and CEO of Galaxy Digital, a diversified financial services investment. Novogratz comments about, and honestly, a headline to me is all I need to shape my opinion about what they're trying to do. The cryptoglobe.com. Yeah, charts don't lie. It is what it is. A bear market. Until the business reverses on you all. And then you're like, what happened? I thought it was going to dump.
Yeah, I loaded up on a huge ass short.
Bitcoin does what Bitcoin does. It does not care what you think.
You have to remember all that. It's exhausting bulls. It's it's going to have that push. I'm telling you, it's going to have that little final push, and then it's going to rock it up because it has to. It has to. There's no reason for it to continue going lower. Not this time. But anyways, let's craptacular news. Exactly. Let's go back to the charts and see what we can find on there, because I think we had enough of this garbage here, wouldn't you say? Okay. Chat is live. You guys are on fire. What is going on? What is up, Kurt T. Bangaret and everyone else involved in this amazing chat right now? What are your thoughts on the Harmony 1? Altcoin, right? No thoughts. Remember, I had that MRI today. They blasted me with radiation, so my mind's kind of like half empty. Can't comment on altcoins right now. Bitcoin's occupying me as is. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Marty JN. We have a promo, and we will have more promos going on. Before we jump to the charts, do you guys want to spin the wheel and see who the winner is? Let's do that. Let's do it. Now the rules were posted. And I've collected all the names that I could. I've collected them right here. And your competition is not high. It's great to be at the start of the journey, ladies and gentlemen. Cryptopocalypse now has its little quirks, and they're good for the most part. Now we have Sykes, Nick, Javier Del Valle, Mahla, Abanzax, Chandra Ervin, Mr. Bolo de Senora, Emla Denkas, if I'm saying it right, Radosh, Yoda, and Alexander. Now, you had to be a subscriber to be on the list. You had to sign a comment, a meaningful comment. You can't just say, hi, here's my Bybit ID. And you had to sign with your Bybit ID. And that was in the rules. And some of the comments that I looked at here. What was it? What was it? Like, for example, this Ovi, that's not a comment. Captain Cloud, that's not a comment. And that's it. And everyone else, Sabri didn't sign with Bybit ID. So this is the whole list. All right, I went through it. This is the whole list. Oh, where's the Bybit ID? MarketSpy trading help for everyone. What channel is that? All right, let's get them all in. Let's get them all in. So, Sandra Sousa, no, not signed with Bybit ID. Sykes, signed. Mr. Balde Senora, signed. I don't see. I'm gonna refresh this. Unbelievable. I'm gonna refresh this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got them all. I'm not seeing any. Perty Bagaret, where's the comment? I don't see it. I must be blind. There aren't. It has to be like this video, live from the pit, 1000 giveaway. If you can go to this video right now and tell me if you can point that comment out for me, it's the video with the giveaway, 1000 giveaway and more, Bitcoin recovery or rediscovery. It had to be this video. Here's the rules. Here's the rules. Use MarketSpy annual, blah, blah, blah. 1000 giveaway. And there it is. So I got all the names here. And MarketSpy trading help for everyone. Where's the Bybit ID? It's not signed. It is not signed. I see this one right here, but it's not signed, so you know what, I'll throw you in. First giveaway, you guys will get used to the rules. But do it this way. Let's throw it in there. But there are no other comments. There are no other comments. Sort by newest first. Okay. Sandra Souza, you have to be a MarketSpy. We got to be strict here. We got to be strict. People putting in work, they're active in the Ernesto P. Do I have Ernesto? No. No. There it is. There it is. There it is. Hey, so okay, we're learning how to use Bybit, YouTube sorting mechanism here. gonna put that in there. There we go. And there's two nicks. I don't know which one's which. There's two nicks here. There's one nick and second nick. Is that the same nick or is that a different nick? I don't know. I got Ernesto in there. This is not qualified. Not qualified. And Maros is in here. Okay. Respect. We're gonna throw that in there as well. Right there. Okay, looking good. We're stacking up. More names are being, because I looked at it, it was like 10 names. I was like, what is this? What is this? Purity Bagaret. Guys will have to DM me with your actual name. I'm gonna put that in there. And like I said, we're gonna have more. This is just the first roulette that we'll spin. See how it goes. Javier Del Val, we have it. Radosh, we have it. Avanzax, we have it. Yoda. David McAlorum, unqualified. Yoda. Okay. There's another Yoda's comment. Qualified. Alexander in. Ovi, unqualified. Sabri, not there yet. Pijan. Oh, I see. Holy, that's a long ass comment. I really appreciate that. This is good. This will help the algorithm. YouTube is like, oh, people are leaving comments on these videos. Great. We'll recommend it to the Moon Boys. Show them the light. There it is. There it is. Wow. I don't know what's wrong with. I need to figure out how to use YouTube properly before I do any of this. Thank you, Tonto, for at least giving us the opportunity to have these streams with a 1000x9 HD curve for the charts. I really appreciate it. The office and everything.
You're welcome, CR, and everyone in the platoon.
How nice of you, Tonto. Sykes, Captain Cloud, unqualified. And that's it. I think we have them all. I think we have them all. That's it. And that's from the last time. If any of the comments were added just now, no go. No go. Sorbai, new is first 1 week ago. Wait. Where's Taratu? Taratu is right here, but it's not. Did I miss this? No, I replied to it. I don't remember this. Now this Bybit ID has to be the one registered with our link. It cannot be some random ID from CryptoFace or some nonsense like that, you know. So that's going to get checked. But we have Taratu here for the qualifier round. We need to make sure that these are our people trading with our partner link. It's just the way it goes. Everyone else is doing it. Why not us? Doesn't cost anything for anyone. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 people. Now it's going to get a little yeah, there's a little competition here, but let's spin the wheel. Are you guys ready? All right, we're not gonna be Drew NYC Beast. Oh, come on. I can't see it. If it was here, then it's not though. Well, next time we'll do it right after this. We'll have another giveaway coming in. at the end of the month. We'll try to do it often. It's all good. Not a big deal. Let's go. All right, so spin the wheel and let's see what the fortunes bring us. There's the crystal ball right here with Crypto Rangers staring at you. Kind of creepy, but okay, we can live with that. Are you guys ready? Now, the next giveaway we do, tell me if you like the idea, but we can actually take some moolah and split it. You know what I mean? And everyone's happy that way. The collateral has to be a little higher, but that's okay. Moment of silence, please. Here it goes. I'm doing it. I'm clicking it. Now, you could buy yourself a gaming monitor for this, an NVIDIA graphics card, a dope microphone so you can stream with MarketSpy on your screen. Maybe. Or you can put it towards your trading account, recover some losses, add to your margin. I don't know. Do whatever the hell you want with it. But here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, baby.
Thanks, Nick. Oh. I think we have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Javier Del Valle. Well, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. We tried. It's a gamble. It's a casino, and I've included everyone in on this. But the next one, I'm sure we're gonna keep spinning the wheel. The good news is that there's only so many of us here, and so the chances are really high. And I'm really generous, and I'm planning on doing this again until we turn blue, till we can't do it no more. So congratulations to Javier Del Valle. Drop me a DM. With your details, say hi, here I am, and we'll sort it out. Congratulations. Woo! And without any further ado, right back to the charts. Oh man, my heart almost skipped because I thought it would stop there on a couple of names that are very frequent and familiar. I'm excited. I'm excited things have turned out to be the way they have. Congratulations, Javier. Nice. All right. So now the thing is, you see here in the chat, they, she, he, they. The Wheel of Fortune has no bias. Remember that. Good try, everyone. Good game. Good game. If crypto was a first-person shooter, well, we just had our first kill, and we'll reload on the ammo, and we'll bring it back again. So here, look at this. Big if over here. I'm totally speculating. This is not based on anything, but I feel like that this would be appropriate for Bitcoin just because everyone is waiting for it to come, finally drop after a 2-month consolidation. Why would it consolidate without going up? Why would it be held here if the buyers are not willing to push it higher? If traders are not interested in this price going higher? So let's speculate a little bit. Let's bring this over to from here to here on the big if. That's a 70-day chart that you're looking at that could potentially play out like this. Why am I saying this? Well, that's because momentum, oversold. All right, not guaranteeing that it will eventually turn around, but I think Tom Vase is a good indicator. When he was every time he's bearish and his indicator says down, it goes up. I guess that's why he was fired from JP Morgan or whatever the hell, because he was a bad analyst. Maybe he was a good boss, good businessman, but damn, this guy is just. So anyways, remember this potential line I was talking about, how we will have that breakout, and it will seem as though it makes sense to me. Now this is basically just pure speculation. We're not looking at anything, but there's a small ceiling right here. You can see that. A retest of that would be appropriate and immediately be met with a trend line. People will short, it'll get rejected, try to go down, consolidate sideways, and it'll have a pump. People will go long, it will break down, slam back inside the triangle, at which point I think we're looking at something like this. Now, what is this? We're trending in the lower part of a potential bull flag that is multi-year bull flag. And this particular play that I'm looking at could take up to 70 days to play out. So another 2 months worth of price action to the upside. And we'll look at the finer details as to how this may occur and why I think buying here is... Look, if the asset is up by 200% a year on average, there's no reason to even like to even short it. I don't think, even in this range. So let's get rid of all this, all right? Just bear with me here and speculate along. We'll look at the technical indications for sure, but for now, so this little consolidation right now, I think it's going to come down. Eventually, this is for intraday, and it'll double bottom probably. I'll show you what my concerns are with these kind of setups. But before we get into the setup here, you can see it's already priming up for a little expansion. I think this prolonged consolidation and the fact that we get bear signals coming in over it here with indicators like tone base. He's like my indicator over here. Now he's using something that's that counts candles, and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it prints a signal, sell signal. Now we've had a marginally lower low setup over here that is potentially going to look something like this. Now, don't get me wrong, 25, I'm still aiming to reaccumulate and buy Bitcoin on spot right there, but I will also probably cast a little long setup on 1x because this will run for a little while. It is indeed true that Bitcoin is waiting for a potential catalyst to bring these prices up, but I think this one shakeout, it's been very slow, so I think volatility is inbound regardless. Let me bring this over to you real quick. This is the chart that I posted, and we can see that the performance of Bitcoin here away from the previous September price point over here. This is important for me because that was is the initial point where we had a breakout over here, and we continued, and so we're here. So this is looking like it's primed to go up. I think once it breaks out, this is a line chart, which is more reliable. It gets rid of all the noise, all the wicks, all the hike in a sheet candle nonsense and all that stuff. A line chart right here, daily chart. So a daily close anywhere above here warrants for a potential uptick in terms of where Bitcoin might end up. And so it has a long way to go. It can gain quite a decent percentage away from here if we have that breakdown. However, if it falls, I think we have seen head and shoulder patterns like this before, and it might fail and reverse instantly. So the worst case scenario here, I think what I'm personally prepared, this is my mental preparation phase where I'm thinking, you know, if that happens, what might be my next play, and how would I actually react to something like this. So if this goes down and breaks, I think it'll be met with an impulse, something like this, and we're going to have a long range at play here, and this is definitely going to take some time. But in case it does dip, I'm looking to buy in and hold that position for a little while on margin, and as a matter of fact, I think I'm going to buy some spot Bitcoin, and once I have that, I'll deploy some of it as a long collateral. And I think if it goes down to basically below 20K, I am willing at that point to lose a significant portion of the portfolio. Why? Because as an asset class, for Bitcoin to lose that much in such a short period of time is something that I have not seen happen before, even during the Corona dump. So I'll be willing to take that risk and put some aside in order to capture something that can run for a little while. Are we going to trend sideways? Most likely for the next foreseeable future, like 70 days into the future from here. I think it's likely that we have not consolidated here enough. But when price is pushing like this and it's looking really aggressive to the downside with lower lows, there comes an instant reversal, because a lot of the signals here, remember, Tone Vase and others are looking at a daily, weekly chart where price is looking like it's going to start dropping, but it's not a fresh high, it's a consolidation range, and so that indicator is lagging as hell, trying to tell you that the drop actually occurred at the peak over here or somewhere down here. So it measures that it catches up with price, but price is ahead of that. So once we get that signal, it is now time for it to actually start posting a higher high, and that's going to take people by surprise. I think there's so many bears right now in the market that yeah, Sequential by Tom DeMarks, that indicator, it's great directionally, but it's posted a 9 over here. It's posted a 9 over here, as a matter of fact, and these dips have been really insignificant. It was the time to buy the dip, but that's just the nature of the bull market. But looking at this price chart over here, I think it's quite clean and simple, and without getting dazed and confused by lower time frames and employing tons of tools and looking at CME and looking at the margin levels, looking at liquidity pools, looking at lows where the stops are. I think once we're done accumulating here, it's just people are refusing to sell, especially those who are bought over here. A forced liquidation may be caused by an aggressive impulse down. Sure, why not? So from here, maybe down to about this level, right? It's 20% max. But what happens after that is we go up. This is the kind of pattern that so you have it consolidating, boom. You have it consolidating, boom, and it meets at the median. The median sits somewhere around here. It is not, and if it goes down, even if your entry is right here right now, it'll probably come back, because this level would be the new median now. So your job is to not get liquidated. Our number one priority here is to protect our capital and not risk unnecessarily ungodly amounts of borrowed margin here. So in this range right here, I think this is looking quite attractive in terms of so Bitcoin remains a buy no matter what level it's on. It's just that I think 10 or 5K contracts that run for a distance of 5K to 10K basis points, then you're getting a trade. You're getting a trade that will probably neglect all the losses you may have had in this range. This range is not tradable aggressively. For me personally, I have been very careful and patient in this range, so I'm waiting for a breakout. And either way, remember that in the first stream, go back to the last stream actually and look at the weekly accumulation range for that OBV, and you will see how much money has flown into here on a buy signal, and it hasn't really dipped, and that was on a 12-hour chart. So I think this goes down overnight. There's a potential ceiling 33.8. It might get a rejection, go down a little bit, dip, and I think it's buy. Now this level here is very simple. Now you can see how we have bounced between these ping-ponging up and down, and now we have a level that's held us, but it's very thin, so it's very dangerous. My only concern here right now is if it goes back down and you buy it and it doesn't continue, you have to cut it immediately and fast. Here's this other concern that I have. DSR on MarketSpy for this month of July is posting a very thin level that can get traded through. However, there's one above it that's looking like it's posting a magnet link between the trailing steps over here, which think of it as a moving average, again moving average over here. So we have trailing steps right over here, and we also have that thinning of the line. This happens to be the level where this diagonal line could possibly sit for an overshoot. So in the coming weeks, days, I don't know when, but we should start making our way up, and then it's just going to pick up once it breaks a certain level, 30, 37, 30. I'm still looking at mid 40s for my optimal sort of short. That would make sense just about here. So I'm going to keep this kind of pattern at play. I think this is going to occur, and we'll look back at this and then say, yep. But there might be a little dip, like I said, something like this first and then go up. But I'm not saying it's a directional short trade to wherever. I just don't see that. The market is extremely bearish, which for us it should be the majority never wins. So I think thinking the opposite is beneficial here. So we're getting one more wave that is going to post a bearish divergence soon. This is going to push it down. I have cast an accumulation range of about 6 hours for the next on this public account, MSEDU, right? Just to flow along with the platoon. I think it's going to go down. We'll accumulate and we'll have one more knee up. If it fails, however, and takes out this low, this is the line where I draw the line in the sand, okay, right here. Remember from the previous time we talked about this, we had a 32.2 as the ultimate target, which we failed to reach during this consolidation phase, and this weekly pivot point really surprised me, and I was not expecting it to hold, because it would have made more sense for us to dip down to this level. Now we have finally, now this is a good level. We had lots of stops here. We talked about how this zone was very attractive for market makers, but somehow over the weekend we went up, obviously to create a gap, then we instantly closed it. I don't know what this was, but a 1 hour time frame, things should be relatively simple looking back. Quick visual back test of this gives us 3 points of entry. We had one over here, we had one over here, and we had kind of one over here, and we're having one right here. So these are baseline reclaims, retests with bearish signals at the bottom, meaning bullish impulses are more prominent here, and so we're looking at those. We're above the CPR, it's very thin. Chance for it to go down and retest this is highly probable. And then if it consolidates and goes sideways a little bit and does another attempt, I think tomorrow we can take profit on a little short scalp range. These scalps are not 1 minute, 5 minute. People tend to think that scalp is in and out, and in the next 5 minutes you have a profit or a loss in your hands. But I think in our case, because it's moving so violently, but at the same time fails at very basic points of rejection, consolidation points, and there's very little continuation. So once we reach like the first flag, it's basically dead. Right after that, it's basically dead, and you go short anywhere here, price comes back right to where it starts. And so I think that we're gonna post one flag here soon. I think that's my accumulation range. Now the dragon is not too thick over here, okay, but I'll still give it a go. Why? Because we have a reclaim, we have the green, and if it fails, I'm out of this position. That will be for tomorrow, okay, and I'll probably get a very small portion of it filled, and we'll see what to do with the rest of it later. But I think that this is this is a weekly chart. We have about 2 days and 8 hours. What can we expect during the weekend? Last time we had a pump. Potentially this time around we'll have a little retrace and then a comeback on Monday. I'm prepared for that. But before that happens, I have to play it by what the system is telling me. And we've had bullish pyramids over here in the reclaim zone going up, just quite nice. I would stay away from the 5-minute chart and less, because you're not you might be echoing the sentiment from the previous bull market, which it hasn't been that long actually. We still remember how that went down. And yeah, your take profit, you have to retrain your brain to basically exit on single candles and then repeat the process, which means you have to be 2 steps ahead of the potential. So here's an impulse. How are we trading this? Obviously not at the top, but we want for it to go back down, retrace. Baseline is the final level. You can see what happens when the baseline is lost, okay, and it's not worth risking it. You don't know if it's temporary or fully, but yeah, once we lose the baseline, maybe we'll have a chop like this. But the dragon, see the dragon skin over here, it's not that expanded, so I don't think there will be a chop. I think we consolidate here, maybe an impulse up, and then we go back down. This is a range to accumulate. I think we'll produce another impulse higher after this wave, the initial wave over here. Long-term trend flow is very short-lived. It started a little bit early, okay? The impulse started right here. The green money flow was above the zero line right here, supported by the baseline. Your job is to get in on the retest, evaluate the level. 32.2 is basically as far as I'm willing to stay bullish. Below that, I start getting nervous. So far, it's held this level. Using DSR, we can see that we have a platform, a very nifty support here. We have the wrecking ball that is floating above price for now. Now, it's not a bullish environment. Remember, this is a consolidation. So what are the risks? The risk is that when this starts going down, it actually will not stop here and bounce. It may actually trade through it and do something unexpected, even worse like this. Why does this happen? This is because, so if it goes into a channel, this is because we are trading sideways. Even though it seems like it's going lower, it can actually reverse any moment, but we're not looking for a continuation signal. If we're looking short, then our entry to go short is right now, based on this, and we should have one more impulse overnight, which will trade through this level down to maybe S2 and find some liquidity right here. So there's a risk of that. Now, on the other hand, there's one little pattern that I'm looking at here, which is in our community is very well known. And it's not really a technical pattern that makes any sense, but it's based on how price seeks liquidity. In order for it to go up, it has to first go down and then go up. It has to pick up the liquidity. Now, the liquidity here is right here. For people who are using the market enemy strategy, we have printed a few pyramids over here. If you think that this pattern is playing out, the banana pattern. So this is what happens. higher low, and then we have one that goes down. Meanwhile, it's going to start trending over here. Then it dips and instantly reverses somewhere in this area. Now that's a previous support box, okay? This is set to a weekly time frame. Weekly time frame is showing us that the liquidity is right in this red box right here. So you can do what you can do if you don't have time tomorrow to play this. If you don't think this dips here, and by the way, this break over here, remember we had that red line in the platoon waiting to break the trend line. It finally broke it, and so technically we're bearish retesting it right now. But if you don't think that this will go down here for tomorrow play and then go up here, then your next setup is going to here and scaling right into this red box. This is where you're waiting. There's a greater return over here and less risk than trading it at this level overnight is what I'm planning to do. But I think this support has the potential to hold it. However, remember this pattern over here. Even if I'm wrong, I'll still be, so I'll be long over here at 0.5x, and then I'll be averaging it down over here, because that is almost certain in my eyes that this thing will trade down here and be swiftly picked up. And we instantly have a barrier over here. This 32.2 level becomes resistance. We can sell into it, but I think it'll run through it. So that's the setup for tomorrow. Usually these take time. Bear market, things are slower than molasses. They're very slow. We have to wait, be patient. At the same time, why am I saying, well, if you think it's going down, why not short? Because what we do here is we play one move ahead of the price. You see, the reason why we're not short, well, I'm not short, is because if it does go down, first of all, the plan is already to buy lower. Now we're looking at 28 and lower 25. So either way, you're DCAing, you're getting into spot, you're converting your USDT. At the same time, for the margin traders, you're thinking, okay, well, if it dips aggressively, it'll probably be so fast that it's actually better to buy it at a liquidity pool, and someone else's stop is actually your entry. Isn't it? Probably is. So someone else's stop over here is your entry, and that could be a very good long opportunity. If you're short and it finds a little lower low over here and goes higher and creeps up, then you're in trouble. You're probably right. It will probably reverse over here, but you'll be in too early, and you're timing a range top, which does not really exist until it's already too late. The moves are aggressive, and once they accelerate, they tend to last for a little while. If you're placing your short here, your stop is right over here and also right over here. If you're placing your short and you want to DCA on the way down here and you think it's going to hit a ceiling, remember we have been consolidating here. Once it starts moving up, it will probably not stop at your resistance levels. It will trade through those levels just because there's a whole bunch of void space in these two big candles all the way up to the mid 40s. At 46, 47, I think it'll just continue going in there. So your risk increases as a short. Now the shorting is always risky, so you're looking for a strategy where you can actually place an order that makes sense, that you can go to sleep on and wake up to profits. Now, how much profits? Well, it depends on your sizing and your risk appetite and how much you're willing to lose in terms of this price action. But for now, the small, tiny little trade at play here is that this goes down. I'm buying it. It goes up. If it fails tomorrow, I'm closing it. This is the orange line, 32.2 is my bottom line, basically. I don't want to be holding lower than that. So that comes with the territory. Take a little loss instantly. Probably will recuperate that by casting a ladder and getting into this liquidity pool. Maybe start buying on a daily from here all the way down here and increasing my position size here, because I think this level has the potential to hold. That's the name of the game. So we're looking to do just that. It's a very thin level. Weekend is ahead of us. If it holds, off we go to reach this and run it. If it fails, however, like I said, we'll probably fly down to here, right over here, and we'll find some solace at this level, and that's borderline 30k and tiny bit lower. Now this green thing right here, this will take time. This will take time for it to break down, so don't worry about it. The weekend is going to be very annoying. It's not going to happen now, so that's what we're looking at. But yeah, macro trends are telling us that potentially, right, there's a trade setup here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Mind this level. It goes lower than 28. Momentum will be too strong to stop it. So aim a whole lot lower to buy in. You have your S2, S3, and S4 levels max. This is the dead zone basically. This is where Bitcoin is dead, below 12k. But right here, you're definitely buying it. And remember that structure we looked at? This one right here. Keep an eye on a potential breakout over the weekend that may actually occur well within the range, but it may go for a retest one more time, and I think it's still a buy from there. Even if we come out and go sideways for a little while, this breakout is not going to be like right. So there's time to actually play it. But yeah, this is looking good to me. I don't know what it looks like to you guys, but this is a pattern where we have a breakout and all the indicators follow. So that short signal is actually your long signal. Your tone base signal is telling you to go long. Now, size is everything, so please be careful and mind the gap between what you're willing to risk and your account. Totally in general. But yeah, ascending towards the weekend, I think it's going to take a little pause, slow down, and then come Monday we should have a move and a clear direction. So remember, once it starts moving, it'll probably continue doing so for a while. It's not like it's going to accelerate and appreciate by 5k in a single day. We have seen it done before, but not like this, not now. And if it does, just chase it, and you should be okay. You should be able to scalp the shiz out of that. All right, let's talk about some other trading parameters that are at play that we need to pay attention to. Let's drink some water. Drink some water. Tonto, the platoon pad, please.
Transferring to platoon pad. As you wish, senor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an extended break. I need to brew my coffee. I recommend you do the same. Glorious time to be alive. 5 minutes. I ask that you stick around, because we have more things to talk about here. Coffee time!
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. NYC Beast, recognize his neighbors. Pretty fire, isn't it? And that's Tonto. He constructed that. Okay. So yeah, interesting comment right there in the chat. Rado says, what does he say? So why not one account go 1x short now and having a counter trade sitting long at 32.5 average with a stop loss below 32.1? So here's the thing. I don't think we have Bobby Lee, hedge fund manager. I think at first I thought it was the SNL, the Mad TV character, Bobby Lee. You guys know who Bobby Lee is from Mad TV? I thought that's who it was at first, but apparently there's this one guy who's forever bullish. He's evergreen, like a pine tree. And he says that Bitcoin to 100K. I don't. Platoon traders, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe we have seen Bitcoin do crazy things, but we need pandemic 2.0. I don't know what's going on with the stimulus checks, but we need to have those start flowing back into crypto. Where are my Gen Z traders? You guys are getting banned from TikTok. What are you gonna do now? Things are not looking good in terms of like long-term bull prospects for the foreseeable short-term future. But there has to be a cleansing. There has to be some blood, a reversal to get rid of all the bears. And that's necessary, my friends. That is absolutely necessary. We cannot keep up with this. There has to be at least something for the bulls. One last hurrah. And I think we're looking at it in the face. It's gonna happen. This compression is real. Look at this compression over here. Look how thin it is. Oof. Any impulse away from this level, up or down, is going to bring blood with it. But most likely both ways, down and up. Okay? So here's Radish's comment about a tiny little trade. It says, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 candles. It's not going up, guys. It's not going up. It's closing in 39 minutes. This is not looking good right now. So we should be able to start picking up some contracts once it goes down. Now it's in heat also, so it's dangerous. It could be a very rapid volatile movement here incoming. So let's just wait and see what happens. One more candle and see, for a pullback to be valid, it has to be like this. Like for example, impulse 1, 2, 3, all of them are pullback candles, and then a continuation. We cannot have a range where we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles that are just flat at the top, because that is not going to be a pullback. That is most likely going to be a short-term reversal, basically, and it may trade through these lows and through the baseline back inside of the range of EQ1, and that's extremely dangerous. I'm taking a risk doing so. You're taking a risk doing so, but hey, you have a green zone, you trade in a direction, You assume that it's going to pull back, go up. Shorts, what are we going to do with shorts? For example, if you wanted to, let's say, okay, you wanted to pause trading altogether until we're back in the bull market, or if you're determined to buy, let's say you're set on the idea that Bitcoin has to go down to 25K, maybe lower to 20K, so you can reload, so you can buy in and convert your USDT, USD dollars, whatever you made, or pull some money from your income or whatever it is on the side, and then just go all in and buy all that Musk Bitcoin that he's quietly unloading. Okay, so, let's say it goes down. Well, let's say you're like, okay, why would I want to trade it to the long side if it's going to go down? So why don't I just keep my margin account as is right now? And if it's cryptopocalypse now and for the next year and a half, why don't I just go short 1x all the way to the previous high? So what you can technically do here is one simple trick, and that is to go short all the way up to here with the ladder, and whatever gets hit every day, and every time you have a tiny little dip or you don't touch it for 30 days, let it accumulate 1x, right? Play it like a whale, and you're gonna stay in that short until the time comes 2, 3, 5 months later, you're still in that short, you're not trading. You're just sitting in that position. And you know it's going to go down back to 20. It has to retest that cap. So you have two options. You can time it now to go up. And do what I'm telling you. Look at this. Trade what you see basically with MarketSpy, right? Every day, at least once you have a trade. Just don't be early and don't freak out if you have a reclaim and then it goes down. Just wait it out. Wait it out. Find a level that where you draw the line and you say, hey, here's where I take the loss. Doesn't matter. So this wick, we talked about that. All the big wicks is where you place your stops. Risk increases, but at the same time, your chances of getting hit over there, they fall. They go down. So for example, if that's the case, why not accumulate a short position, which is fine. Should be able to do that. And yes, it's going to go up. The only problem is you're in trouble if it goes to 100K. Will it go to 100K? I don't know what might drive that in the short term. So I don't think so. You're going to have a lot of fluctuations up and down, up and down. I don't think it's a straight reversal from here in continuation to 100K. This is too flat of a bottom to be the bottom, and this is too flat of a top to be the top. You see what I'm saying? This is not it doesn't look like a top. This does not look like a bottom, meaning it's probably going to go and retest the top over here, and if this was the top, it should fail at around mid 40s up to the 50K. By that time you have accumulated a nice short position, and all you have to do is just look a few months ahead of time and wait for it to go down. As it goes down, you are now hedged and protected, and your short entry is way up there, which is great. But you're not really trading in terms of leverage. So what is the point? Plus, you're paying fees most likely because you'll go short. It'll probably stay negative for a little while because last bull run from about 4K all the way up to, I believe, 20K. Shorts were paying. it was painful. If you were short from those levels, you kept paying as price kept going up, and you kept paying on so at the same time you were hedging it. So there's a linear and a non-linear contract on Bybit. You can explore those futures in order to hedge your position as well, so you don't have to pay those fees. There's no maintenance margin fee on that. And now that we have Bybit Pro, I think maybe in the next update we can include the futures contract there as well, so that you can DCA into the futures contract, which is a pretty good deal to me because you don't have to pay maintenance fees, margin fees, and also short long position funding fees. You don't have to do that, and you can just sit on that. But then you're not really part of the trading lifestyle anymore. You're just kind of playing the long-term game, and that might not be profitable. Whereas smaller moves, that when you have a great system, I mean, you trade green and you trade red, you trade green and you trade red. There's no somehow when you look back, you say, oh, how did I manage to mess up and lose money here? That's because you're probably getting out too early, or maybe getting scared that it will fail. MarketSpy rarely fail. Yeah, we have setups where, for example, this one right here, right? But I have cautioned you against impulsive candles above the baseline like this that are not sustainable. And when you have little, small, tiny candle close that is not desired, not wanted, you'll probably have a little move up. So you can put 0.1x over here and just sit on it, wait for it. If it fails, close it. If not, it'll probably generate a little bit of value for your account, 0.5, 1%, you know. Which, remember, if you go 1x, any of this, right, you get wiped out once. You'll have to basically win that back by having 2 successful trades back to back, on average, to be able to profit from a failed trade. So it's not like it's one can cover the other. It's, you fail, and then you have to put in more work. So it's not worth it to leverage when you're trading inside of a flat. You're going sideways for a little bit, and you're just fishing little amounts until things resolve themselves, until the markets come back to life, and we have more reasons to feel a little bit. So okay, this is let's get rid of this now, and we have more reasons to trade directionally now and continue in the same direction for on the instrument of our choice. Now, speaking of instruments of choice, if you're not signed up with interactive brokers or something, and don't have stock markets, you know, Amazon, I'll show you this one little setup that I have been oh, it looks like I deleted. Do you guys remember this trade? This was ongoing. Yeah, so we had a pattern, and unfortunately I think I deleted it last night when I was closing the trade, but this breakout was expected, and you know, there's money to be made elsewhere as well, as you're waiting. So we had one that was looking something like that. No, I lie. This was the setup that we had. We had a volatility vortex built up. And it was a failed breakout over here once, but it was a buy zone basically, and an accumulation range. And yesterday Amazon posted an all-time high, running it through today. So this is going to reverse pretty soon. Actually, it's a profit-taking area, but you have plenty of opportunities to go along the way. You have your Take-Two Interactive, a gaming channel, which is printing a huge shoulder. I don't know why it's not where my drawings are. It's like everything got wiped. Oh, now it's coming back. For some reason, when you have a chart split up, there it is. That was the setup right here. And that was some month ago. This took forever. Here's the projected impulse up to this line. Look at that. So it is probably going to reverse, but the maximum target is right here, 39.7, away from this pattern, and it had a little fake out at the bottom. Pretty cool. And this was all based on projections by MarketSpy on the momentum. But this floor here held, and it was pinpoint access to gains that will choke me out on taxes next year. But this is one of those scenarios where you have an impulse, then a retrace. So if you look at MarketSpy over here on DSR, you'll see we have a rejection over here. Goes back into the dragon, posted a green dot, and that's how I knew that this was going to actually reverse. Finally, the time has come. This is a daily time frame, so these indications are lagging, but we have held this level pretty nicely. Let's take a look at Take Two. That was another trade. Take Two Interactive is basically projected to go lower. The original impulse when we had the top here, last time we looked at it, this was the range. So this line was basically to take profit, and since this short over here, when we lost the baseline, you captured 1-2 candles. That's quite sufficient for a trade like this. That's 10% down, and then it's been ranging, going sideways ever since. So it hasn't been easy for traders of equities and stocks either, because Bitcoin is not the only one. They're all kind of, this is expected to go lower. And when it breaks this floor, I think it's not going to hold it. I think Take Two is down to here. So this is one thing that could drag Bitcoin with it, because this is a universal accepted truth that everything is correlated. So money in general likes to move all at the same time. So yeah, I'm expecting this to drop lower, and Take Two is a sell based on a potential head and shoulders setup, which is quite clear here, with pyramids right below. So we'll come back to this chart and see what happens for those of you guys who are into that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't see Bitcoin going to 100K like all these guys are predicting anytime soon. We're gonna have to shed some value on top of that. So this is a weekly chart, so remember that takes time. So this is British pound against the US dollar, and I think it is time for it to also have a little pullback. Not too deep though, but it is looking like the long-term trend flow here is turning bearish. So we might see something that could catalyze a. There's something funky that's going on all around Bitcoin and everything else. But yeah, daily chart, we have a tiny little attempt to go up on Bitcoin. I think it has the power to actually continue in the direction. So tomorrow we'll see if this little pullback, if this candle is tradable and continuable to the upside. This is also the banana pattern that I'm talking about right here. If it fails, opens a daily candle, if it goes down, I think it slices through and then instantly reverses. So don't freak out if you see something like this. There might be, like I said, some volatility inbound on a pattern like this. We have one here and one expected here if this is the case. And then, like I said, mid 40s, almost guaranteed. Just don't know when. Nobody, the crystal ball that we have there on our desk, can't even predict that. We don't know. But we're going to come back to this median sooner or later. We're going to retest it. If not, I'm not really too worried about getting stuck. If I end up trading this tomorrow and it does progress a little bit and I go a little more leveraged up, I think if this fails, you can survive this. You'll have to stay underwater until it comes back. we're still gonna have that retest of that level potentially. So we'll see how that goes. Interesting times ahead. Trade what you see and don't worry about the rest. Have your stops, close the freaking position if it's not feeling right, I guess. If it's not, if it doesn't make any sense, it stops, hesitates for a moment. Because when something is desired, a price level is desired, it tends to continue moving. Like you can feel the greed. People are just like on a minute time frame, you will see like every little dip. Bullish signals, they start failing. Yeah, it's not wanted. Bearish signals start failing. Bulls are back. You know, bullish signals prove to be bearish. Then you know that no one's interested in these levels. All right, so what are your thoughts on Bybit KYC requirements? I think it's great. To be honest, I'm not a fan of shady setups where, look, I love the Yahoo Wild West of crypto. Okay, everyone does, no doubt about it. It's awesome, but at the same time, it's safer. Now this KYC, I don't know how legal it is. I'm worried that they might, you remember the Binance fiasco when, you know, they had a KYC provider that was a third party collecting information and everything like that. When they got hacked, emails got leaked, first name, last name, phone numbers, a whole bunch of other stuff that was on their passports, you know, got leaked. Certain individuals got affected. I don't know if you were one of them, but it was quite scary for Binance users. So that might have. I hope they use some provider that's actually legit and not just some Chinese data processing company out there. You know, it has to be a quality partner. It has to be a quality processor. That's the only concern. But in terms of legitimacy, I think it's great that. Because they can be held accountable at the end. For example, I know that in South Korea, most of crypto exchanges are insured. So even if they get hacked, you get your money back. There's sort of some compliance in place. But yeah, there's less risk with KYC requirements. It's like, who cares? You know, you send your passport off. There's your mug, your picture, you know, your name on it, and so what? What can go wrong with that? I don't think. All the measurements, security measurements are in place, so we should be okay. But I think Bybit, I hope it's not for the look, just like, oh, look at us, because and I also hope that it's for a good reason and not just because they're being pressured by the Ontario Securities Commission, the SEC in the US. There's something's going on. I've been hearing about Canada, US, and you know, and also if they do KYC, then once the client is known, why should it not be legal? I mean, they can do a US version of Bybit where they can offer up to 20x leverage like what Kraken does, and hell, that's even better for beginners. You know, you don't have to go all bonkers about 100x. You know, gonna make lots of money, 100x. No. It's nice. It's safe. It puts a limit. Gives you the power to control things a bit better. So I think it's great. Execution again is what's important, and how they do that. I'm looking forward to see what that is going to look like. So we'll see. I think the crypto community in general should ask questions like this. You know, they should reach out to Twitter or do like a live cast with Benjo, Bybit CEO, and ask him like, what's the deal, man? You know, how do you plan on handling this? That's you're talking about sensitive data. People are going to, you know, yeah. So which MarketSpy strategies do you suggest for individuals who are new to trading? I think all of them are great. MarketSpy visualizes and gamifies the process, and so it helps if you have some trading. So for example, we're in a flat range right now, right? The most important point here is that if you're going for a jackrabbit, for example, let's turn this on, let's bring it down to a 50-minute time frame. So you see how it's like minus 31 and it's going sideways, right? For a little while. No shame in the game. You should just close this altogether. Cancel everything and just wait. See what happens. Let's overlay with AR and go back just a tiny bit to see what it transpired here. So you get into situations like this where you have a reclaim and you have a retest. I would say we have heard about potential the repercussions here when we have the pyramids below the baseline are bearish, right? When the pyramids are within the baseline range and we have been dumping for a little while, that's a bullish signal. Actually, if you can master that, that's an instant reversal. Even as we dump, if you master the ATR values and take profit, you can play with fire here and actually make something out of it instead of getting burned. These pyramids are excellent reversal strategy, even over here, right? How you execute a trade and get in is up to you. You have to explore your style, your quickness, how much time you have dedicated, set aside to perform the trade. But basically, what happens when we have this? So this is a retest, and then we trade right through it, and it's not a small amount. This could probably freak you out because it goes down by 500 points, 600 points below your entry point, and you know it's one of those situations where you cannot really prevent that from happening, but you have plenty of warnings that come along the way, and you see how VVS can help you understand that this particular dump candle on the flag here was a very swift transition, and we had a failed curvature here on long-term trend flow. Long-term prospects are not looking that great. We had an attempt and we failed. Yellow X, red dot, top of the momentum wave, you know, trend flow going down. Everything's just looking like we might trade through that level. So you have to apply a little bit of logic there and say that, okay, well, maybe I don't want to, but I would personally go long. And this is what would happen. I would go deep underwater. This thing would trade down, and then I would pay attention and see how aggressive the dump is, and see if we can bottom out somewhere. I would go to the chart over here and see that we had a CPR daily level, and previous levels are respected. So they're not to be. They're here for a reason. There's a reason we can go back a certain number of periods here, and say, look at this. There's a level here. A range accumulation, so we'll probably hit a couple of stop losses or something here. So I would just wait and see what happens. If it goes back and fails and goes down here, this is the place where I would also wait, because this is a second reclaim. And once price reverses and goes up, I simply exit a break even, and then I don't do anything, because certainly something did not play out here. It was not perfect. But the next question comes, like, what about this over here? So you had a bearish signal at the top, and we had just started to go up, and you have these things showing up. And so good question. First of all, I rarely do I go short when we had just dumped and there's another consecutive short signal. I would go short if we have something like this at the top somewhere. At the top of the range, like this over here. This is a great short opportunity here, even though we traded up away from there. But if you were to go anywhere in this range and go short, it would have been a profitable trade. 200, 300 points. Remember, this is a 15-minute time frame. That's probably the ATR value that you're looking to hit. So unlike other proponents of traditional trading systems where they look at certain levels, a level is it's a speculation. ATR, however, is something that it's tied to a psychological behavior of the markets, because once price moves by a little bit, we have a delayed reaction from other market participants, so the previous candle will most likely equal the next candle in terms of its size, and you can acquire a position in there and expect it to at least hit 1x ATR away from your entry. Now your entry is very important, because where you execute a trade is important. You wait the majority of your time because you know that you're playing the move ahead. So if this goes up and you're like, oh man, this is going to go up, what level you're looking at. So if this bounces, right, and you see the bounce and you're not part of it, but it's like going up, and you're like, oh my goodness, it's going to here. So the next logical step for you would be to think in terms of like how chess is played. So you're thinking one move ahead, so you're looking up, retrace, entry, and then we go up to this level. You're not going long here because we have what looks like a reclaim, because a reclaim has to occur when price is at the bottom. It's very rare when you have so the bottom is here, reclaim is here. That's too great of a distance. The market went ahead of itself. Okay, it just kind of went, it got too overly excited. It's like a pre you know, it's I was gonna say something, but the market got too excited, you know. It saw a hot trade and it's like, yeah, you know, but it failed because it will exhaust. When you have a slow gradual rise, this can only be understood when you look at signals like this, where you have, okay, you have your pyramids, you know that something is going on. They're not happening at the top, they're happening at the bottom after the dump, and you're saying, okay, now all I have to do is wait for the green. When the green occurs, I have to wait for momentum to support that thesis. And you don't until this point. You don't really have that. So you have a reclaim here, you have a second reclaim here. Now price went up and it's proving to you that momentum is supporting it, baselines are getting reclaimed. What do? You wait a long ass time for price to come back, assuming that it will bounce and continue up. And this assumption cannot be, we can't override that. We have to know that this is how the trading system is designed to be used. If you think that for some reason we have a reclaim and this is all BS and price is going to somehow run through that, you're mistaken. This is going to be very rare, and the majority of your trades should not be this unfortunate. The majority of your trades should be where you see a reclaim, you see a retest, you wait for momentum to support, and as unbelievable as it looks, you go long and you forget about what you have up ahead of you, and you look for previous peaks to trade that level. So if you go long here, a couple of candles later, you're exiting the majority of your position. You keep repeating that until we lose that level and we go significantly lower. This is where position sizing is important, because now you're going to wait out the red. Let's say the baseline turns red and it goes down, down, down. When you have the next reclaim, you can average in over here and it starts going up, and your average entry would probably be somewhere around here. You exit break even. Bad trade, but your point is to preserve capital in your account, not incur losses. And your profits should be within realistic distances, which is 1 ATR. Played by one candle, add to positions, subtract from them, or go very rapid power scalps sized up on these reversals. Take any one of these pyramids and you would have a great trade. If you were to go, so this account has about 0.8 BTC, and if you were to go, let's say 50,000 contracts long, and just by entering and exiting that trade on the pyramid, so for example, you go long over here, it reverses by 2 points, $2 above your entry, and you close that position on a limit. The fees, not even the distance, but the fees will generate quite a significant amount towards your account. And so you can do that an infinite number of times if you have that kind of time for it. But you can't freak out and say that. So for example, what might happen, that's where we have some rules here. It's a rules-based system, is when you have extreme bearish signals like the yellow X, and then you have a baseline that falls down, and momentum, you're not in the green cloud anymore, but momentum is going down, and you decided to go long for whatever reason, right? If you disrespect the rules and not take profit, as I described, 90% out, 10% running, stop loss at the nearest wick, and this goes down and smashes right through and accumulates, and you keep holding, hoping that it'll go up, you can't. If you're oversized using these strategies, using jackrabbits, because jackrabbits are designed for scalpers that are willing to risk what they have, and they're power traders that spend a significant amount of time in front of charts. For most other cases, like for example this over here, I would not worry about this, since we were dumping and we had a reclaim, retest, nice little trade. However, it failed right after that. These are the places where I would sit underwater, and only 14 hours later would I be out of this trade at break-even point and not do anything else. This tells me that this area is not stable, and it should be avoided. But for the most part, what you see is what you get with MarketSpy. Right now, pay attention here, we're failing below the baseline. Now this could be a start of, remember, this was a little uptrend, and we're in a thick green cloud, and it's still looking healthy for now. I think this goes down. We have a fanning out of the equilibrium zones of 15. We have 1, 2, and 3 perfectly aligned. So for me, this right now is a long. Now, because you don't know if this is going to go down here and hit this and reverse, or it's going to go down to equilibrium zone 2, hit and reverse, or if it's going to go down to equilibrium zone 3, hit and reverse, what we do is we're accumulating the range using a ladder here, assuming that this is a great setup where a pullback is presumably, you know, this is the place where it will be bought. Pullback will be bought, and there should be a candle or two that will post up that will give you a profitable trade here based on the average of these candles. So look at the size of these candles. So on 15-minute, you can expect at least one that's going to yield you a profitable trade. 2 or 3 candles in the direction. But yeah, this is definitely going down away from this level. And so do you short it? 2 things. If you're going short right now, instantly your stop loss is here. But before you place your stop loss, see if there's any other wicks around here. No, this probably cleared this liquidity zone right here. So you're good. You put a stop. So let's do this. Look at that. So let's go sell. Let's go 10K, for example, right? As an example of what to expect. Now the dragon skin is thick, and we have a fanning out. This is a risky trade. It might actually pump and clear out the previous peak over here, which was a double rejection on these candles already. I'll just show you just to demonstrate. This is H3 33,679. So stop loss is at 33,679. Make it 80. All right, and that's going to deduct about, including fees, $72 in the minus. Now, our entry is not going to be right at this point. We will wait for it to go and hit the baseline, assuming that when the baseline is hit, it is at 33561. Okay, so we planned that entry. We have 10K contracts. We have a stop loss sitting over here. We're on the sell side, and limit take profit will be based on the ATR, and that is going to be, remember, we're about the 23 level. There's a good chance this might actually pump. So here you have to speculate and decide. Do you want to open a ladder and scale like this? Because this is most likely what is going to happen here based on what I'm seeing on momentum. Or if you think this has topped out, it is probably going to hit the baseline, maybe clear out the stops over here, and then reverse and go down. Okay, so we're just saying that it might actually hit it and go down. Let's say we're feeling bearish and we don't trust this setup, even though it's looking like it wants to go up. So the initial impulse here, where candles go sideways like this, we are seeing a little bull flag. Obviously, we don't need to draw it. We could just see it, right? We don't need to create perfect lines, but we could just roughly say that, okay, here, meaning a break above here, we'll take out the stops here, make it run to here. Bitcoin has a characteristic that when it first pauses and goes down, it does one more and then comes back down like this. It's a typical characteristic of Bitcoin, and the first initial signal should not be taken as a trade that is to the downside. So what instead of like looking to short and risk the stop loss getting hit over here and losing this $72, what we can do is assume that based on this characteristic of Bitcoin that is going to go down and swiftly reversing, do one more push up, weekend ahead, right? So why not accumulate over here and wait for that to occur? Because either way, it's a bullish setup, and if it's primed for a continuation, then you should be building a position for a continuation. So you have your impulse 1, you have your confirmation 2, retrace, entry, second impulse, and exhaustion. Or you can say that this is the top, this was the pivot, this was the first impulse, consolidation, second, and now we have topped out and go down. So it's basically based on a probability play here. But looking at this, like I said, the original plan is to accumulate. And if not, we wait for the diamond to disappear. Do you see these two diamonds? 1, 2. Once they disappear, that's a good entry. Because what that means is that in this range, prices moved away 1 ATR worth. So $95 is when you'll be exiting. If you go short in here, $95 later, you have to take profit, which means you have to cut that short and make it about $80 distance-wise away from your entry, just to be sure. So you underestimate that CPR and say, okay, maybe it's not going to go all the way. But your entry, the closer it is to the baseline, the more profitable the trade will be. If it's moved away, it's kind of like you missed your train. But we had our first reclaim here. Trust me, it's going to impulse up. And it might not even stop there. So you're looking for a short here or an impulse up to go in the direction. So in this situation here, I would just buy. And we'll place... Get rid of these parameters. This was for the short side. Let's clear this. Go 10K, for example. And where's the stop on 10K? There is no stop on 10K. In my case, there isn't, because I'm accumulating this range. I see lots of support down below. I see the volume is going down, and we're going to have, see these candles over here? We're going to have one more greed impulse up. So if we buy this now, it should trigger immediately and put us underwater, and we'll just sit on that position for a little while, just to demonstrate. There it is. So we have now 10K, and we're like, oh snap. Yeah, snap indeed. So it's going to go down. And when do we actually, if the analysis is wrong, when do we exit this position? Well, that will happen when you have the red come to an end, you have green, and then you can add to the position to average it out. It'll probably go to the middle of this range over here, and you'll exit at break even and call your analysis incorrect, but you're not losing anything at that point. However, if you're right and this is looking bearish and we have one more impulse here, then you stand to profit from this trade. How far? So $90. Instead of worrying about taking profit now, you can take profit immediately now and be compensated in fees. if this was a greater position. But at the same time, you can go to, you're on a 15-minute chart, click on 15 minutes, 94, 100% sell, and short. So that is going to give you an average as it keeps creeping up. It's going to get rid of all these contracts for you, and you're respecting this ATR range with a ladder that is sort of doing all the guesswork for you. So instead of praying, biting your nails, and waiting to hit that one particular area at one ATR on a single limit order, you have a ladder that's going to, with every it's like Pac-Man, every order that gets eaten, you feel more relieved because you're securing profit and your risk goes down every time you get hit. So let's see what happens. Now the best strategy here would be, I would say MAG 7. People have incredible success with MAG 7, Jackrabbits for the more adventurous ones, and for the ultra patient, you're waiting for a market enemy setup, which is targeting liquidity zones, but there has to be a signal first. Otherwise, we might not. It might not be a confirmed. You might have to wait a little longer and waste your time waiting for that zone to get hit. If you don't have the pyramid that indicates that we're going to reach that target area. So let's see. This is what, and then dragon skin in a bearish market setup or a bullish market setup. So if you were to go dragon skin, this would go down, come back. You would go short here, and then you would go long here. So this would be the range that you're going to play for a continuation play. Now first flag, kind of going sideways. The best setup is when we have a flag, swift dip and reversal, and that's a nice one. When we go sideways, you know, things can go either way. But since you're always controlling risk, you're not really too worried about this. You're having fun with it, and that should compensate that for your troubles. It'd be a good trade overall once all is said and done. Yeah, I saw the presentation from Bybit. It's exciting. Options, spot, altcoins. You know, it's just that if they can somehow manage to keep the fees low with spot trading, they'll take over the world. I'm really happy for them. Really good stuff. Adrian, absolutely. Learning and practicing all of them and seeing how they behave in terms of personality match and then price behavior, because you will learn a lot from these signals on MarketSpy in terms of what price does, when it does it, why it does it, and there's a great deal that you can take away from all of this. And so all of these strategies, they're not they're appropriate when depending on what you come and you see the chart, and the chart is right in front of you, and it's going to be different from every single person in a different time zone. So we traders who have gotten in here, okay, they're long here, stops here. Traders who are now looking to pursue another attempt to go high are probably getting in on the checkpoint over here, although it looks a little shady. I don't know. Others are waiting for this to retrace. Maybe they're shorting. I don't know. But baseline reclaim, retest, we have those people. So we spawn through these portals of time at different points on the price chart. And so we have to know all these strategies that MarketSpy offers in order for us to execute. It's like if this was a first-person shooter or something, you would use different weapons for you have a sniper rifle, you have your SMG or whatever, right? And you have your assault rifle that is just right there, right then. And then you have your long-term plays. So MarketSpy accommodates these, and you have a variety of tools and weapons to choose from. And Bybit Pro is just, that's the weapon right there. You plan with MarketSpy, you execute with Bybit Pro, you're in good hands. So yeah, it's Adrian, I would recommend learning and practicing all of them. Boot camps pretty much cover everything there is to know. I think it's a great starting point, and there were lots of questions that were answered, and the rest is discipline and management. That's all. It's not that hard to do. It's just you have to learn how to say no to yourself and chill to yourself. Those two things: chill, everything's okay, cut the loss, or say no when you want to trade and it doesn't feel right. Yeah, there's a Virgin CPR. There's a CPR that's like extremely weekly, right? Right here. This is scary, man. This is really, look where we tapped it. Yeah, these are extremely dangerous because you can trade through them easily. No question about it. You can trade easily right through them, or you can get rejected. You just never know. The thicker ones are more reliable, I find, but these thin ones, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is there. A little premature, yeah. Oh, speaking of windows, yeah, there's a chance closing the window is usually my buy area when there is one. I'm not aware that there is one, but someone said that Mr. Crypto said there's a window. And the EMA window is like this one over here. It's not always 100%, but it increases your chances of understanding what might happen just when the market gets super excited and things that they can keep playing the move here. But yeah, these candles exceeded the ATR within the range here, so totally acceptable that we should retrace. But I also think it's a buy based on a number of factors here. If it doesn't hold, if it goes lower, then so be it. Let's manage it well. Should be okay. If you guys acquired MarketSpy recently, give it some time. It takes time to get activated, up to 24 hours. So I can't really speed up the process. It's just big buy, and welcome to the club, Adrian. That's good stuff. Okay. TP zones 34.4K, 35.5, 36.4. Yeah, good chance. Now this happens, right? This goes down. It's not a problem until we that baseline reclaim is when you start averaging in. For those of you who are wondering, like, how do I actually, if it's a bad entry, if it's a bad trade and it's not sticking, what do I call it? Is there a level that I find on Twitter somewhere or some YouTube stream where people are talking about levels? No, you actually wait for a green zone like this to average in and bring your entry price as low as you can. Hopefully, and believe it or not, this is actually good. Hopefully you get one long red candle, okay? Because that long candle will create a void immediately. Like this one over here is looking like it's attracting price down to this level. So if that happens, and you get a baseline reclaim, be sure that we will most likely cover that area. It's sort of like a gap is there, but it isn't. It's kind of hard to explain, but you'll notice it. You pay enough attention to that, and you'll see that that's what's happening. So that ATR goes down by 90, goes up by 180, 320 down, 520 up. Totally normal. No need to freak out. Now, the only concern in a flat range that you should have is that the reversal points and the assumption that it will continue. So using a traditional classical sort of, it goes down, I buy, and it should continue up is sometimes incorrect. The best scenario would be for you to reclaim a base, retest it, get a confirmation, and test the waters there, and then trade it. Reclaim, retest, go short, trade it. So you have these scenarios. So in a range, it's better to follow MarketSpy as using a classical sort of, oh, there's support here, it'll go down, it will bounce. I don't know, if it prints red, it'll just tend to run, and it'll only stop when we have that reclaim and long-term, short-term trend flow is starting to look bullish again. So that might take time. So if your entry is here, allow it some time, average it in, exit somewhere in the middle, and that should be enough. Plus, overall bias on longer time frames, we're looking and thinking that, okay, been accumulating on this side ranging zone for a long time now. Surely there's got to be like one bounce that will help us go a little higher, and that is most likely going to occur. Just needs more time. So these are the tips for today. Lansky, check out that movie. Very important. The sooner you desynthesize, the better off you are. In terms of like losses and gains. Pyramid with a P odd printing on the 15. Yep, see it. I have changed the alerts to have it close on a candle. So once we have a candle close, then we should be able to have better signals. So it depends. I mean, some people prefer while the candle is in progress, they see the signal. Those fake out a lot. So remember, imagine there's an invisible line over here, like this, like a thin line. And when price dips below this threshold inside of the algorithm says that we had this low, we had this low, and we had this low, or however it calculates it. And it's like, and if we cross over these lows right over here, I'm going to print a pyramid saying that we're now below the threshold. And so if it dips below it and then reverses right instantly and this disappears, which is fine before the candle closes, that means we haven't really crossed that level. Simple as that. So wait for a little confirmation on the candle close for it to be valid, and you should be okay. Tell you what, let's go get some coffee. Let's.
Mm. Talk about caking it. Don't do this at home. 4 a.m. in the morning, you're having a cake. Disgusting. Hmm.
oh God, it's gonna dump!
Yeah, so what is this price action telling us? Anyone? Well, if this was a bull market, obviously this dip would have been bought, and that's why making money is easy. Now here, we don't know if this dip is going to actually stick. So might dump, might pump. But yeah, flags generally trading inside of a range or semi-bearish, extremely bearish. They mark the top. Simple as that. You see the other flag over there? Well, you don't, but roll back, 15-minute chart. That's certainly marked. Okay, so hey, there's a pattern. There's a pattern here. It's like this is the time where both sides, the West and the East, are all just neutral. So there's going to be a move here, but it's probably when I'm going to end the stream. I have never seen it like sit so quiet like this for a long. I don't know. Time seems to be, we're like in a hyperloop right now, stuck. We better start moving soon, because in 5 minutes I'll be like, yeah, you know what, guys, it's not going well. I'll update you about this tomorrow. I'll probably have to wait for this to dump wherever it wants to dump. Stay underwater and getting paid on fees, which is pretty good because it's the funding is negative right now. So if it dumps, then there's still going to be a compensation for this trade. If it pumps, we're good. We have our scaled orders as an example. If not, we'll wait for the next baseline reclaim, average it, wait for it to go up a little bit, exit a break even, and then trade on that reclaim again to the upside. So this is how it goes. Usually this is what we're looking at most of the time. Now, you know what? Since we're here, why don't we do this? Get rid of the studio for a second. Pyramid is printing a reversal, but we're gonna go elsewhere right now. Oh, that breakout pattern though. That don't forget about that wedge. Don't forget about the wedge on the daily time frame. Platoon, that chart is right there. Duplicate it. Keep an eye on that. That's the good news. Tell you what, while we wait, I don't know if you guys saw the battle stations over there in the Discord, but it's been a long time coming. We need to organize this thing together. Get on there. Wait for that trade. Why am I? Just give me a second. Gotta figure this out. Bitcoin just died on me. Just died on me. With 30 points below entry right now, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why my screen is all messed up right now. Okay, you know what? I give up. I give up. I was gonna show you something here real quick, and it's not working. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Do it next time. Oh, this is the 4-hour candle plot. Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. And not looking too hot, is it? Doesn't matter. The plan is the plan. Also, the double view is broken for some reason. I don't know why. But it's not working properly, so. Here's the candle plot, and we'll go to 1 hour. Yeah, dipping a little bit, dipping. Yeah, Ethereum looks dumpy. That's not a good look for Ethereum. Range bound for a little bit, but it looks on 1 hour it looks kind of dumpy. Not gonna lie. Weekend price action looks like it's going to just be this. That's what I mean. We have impulses, we have retraces, and no one's interested in those retraces. They just fail. They just fail. Every attempt to go up, they fail, and that's what you're dealing with basically all day long. Same goes for Bitcoin, but nevertheless, there's a try every time. So, like, as a matter of fact, Bitcoin on the same chart looks to be leading, I would say, or maybe Ethereum is right now. If Ethereum is leading, this is going to bar down. I don't know. It's a trade. It's not rocket science, right? We formulate a plan, see what happens. Now, trading, price goes up, goes back down, gets picked up. Usually is the case. If not, we'll just manage it. But yeah, 4 hours. So basically, what I'm looking at right now, from my point of view, is that 4 hour candle open red. We had a flat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles. According to my plan, the original plan, this is to go lower, and then I think that's another buy, whatever it ends up doing, down to here. So my time frame, basically the scale of this trade, is about 12 hours or so, after which I'll need to make a decision. But this is a good example of how you could potentially look at something like this and then trade it. And yeah, so reaccumulation will commence once we break green, go red, 1 hour chart, and then once we bottom out and have a reclaim, there will be in addition to position. But Sarah, you said it was going to bump. What gives, man?
Yeah, I built a long position at the top because of you.
Do you really want me to intervene?
I think they get it, Tonto. I think they get it. Look, t-shirt. If you're a graphic designer, DM me. But the mug, it's like Discord point 2. In your kitchen all the time. It's great. Makes coffee taste, I don't know, more volatile. Let's see what happens. But do you really want to stick around for this? Because I don't know when. I don't know when. I think it's a great example. I think we should stretch it for those who are interested, like what to do, how to do. In case you get an entry like this based on your assessment and you're thinking up, but it goes down, what's next? So give us some space. I wanted to hurry up already. Go down or go up. But this is going to take, like I said, my time horizon for this is 12 hours. 12 hours is a long time. Go to sleep, wake up, still be around here. And if it fails, go lower. Then I wait for a reclaim, average it in with a single point entry. Trade it to a break-even point, get out, reassess, and repeat the cycle. Which means this particular account, MSC, you might see this in the next stream, and it might still be this trade, underwater trade, or it might be bigger, averaged. We'll see. But if it doesn't happen within the next 30 minutes, I think we should shake on it and say, you know what, good game. And until next time. Sykes, it only moves when the stream ends and when either one of us goes to bed. That's about it. That's about the only time. But this time we're not gonna end the stream. We're gonna run it. And by the way, we have people coming in with comments like, I saw one on one of those streams, and they go, 4 hours stream, 4 hours. What the hell, man? 4 hours? Well, it's a stream, guys. It's kind of like a live lounge here. It's not a video with a triangle and 2 arrows if we go up or if we go down. It's you gotta savor it. Taste it and remember that the stream is legit. It is. And it takes time. 4 hours, it's not a bad thing. Now, if you miss it and then you have to rewatch it, yeah. It's like, yeah. But it's still better than most other streams on YouTube. Gambling and non-gambling streams included, I think. Look at it. We're broadcasting from an iPhone, from inside of an iPhone. Who does that? Oh, that flag is just teasing us. It's teasing us. Oh, because you're not watching the stream, Radosh? Because there was a question. What do I do? Do I go long or do I go short? ATR-based value analysis. Bearish signal on lower time frames. We kind of talked about why, if that was the case, what would you do? And we have done what we have done. But the plan of the stream, yeah, we're getting in lower. We're getting in lower. But if we're getting in lower and it's going higher, then it doesn't really matter, does it? It's that medium point. You're just going to have to wait a little bit, a little longer than usual. But for sure, this is an example to those that were curious. You know what, Sykes? I'm gonna get one of those inflatable pools, tubs. We're gonna do it. Drink some pina coladas and long the tops and short the bottoms. That'd be awesome. I wonder how many people will see me get wrecked live, ladies and gentlemen. I know you want to. It's not gonna happen. We're gonna find a way out of this mess that we got ourselves in. Hot tub might help them. Definitely might help. Yeah, so I assess 1 candle, 2 candles later, 3 candles. We got about 4 minutes to this hourly closing. We have 1 more candle before the 4 hour finally gives up, and then we might have some movement. Yeah, this kind of flat top here is not looking too hot. Brados, you know what? We flash crashed to zero. At least I'll have a story to tell my grandchildren. One of a kind situation I found myself in once with crypto, and tell them how it went down, you know? They'll share the stories for generations to come. And they'll say, you know, it's CR. Been through some crazy shit. Flash crash to zero. Manage that. It'll be exciting, you know? Feel alive. Instant enlightenment. You lose your mind. They're all enlightened people. They have lost their minds. They don't have a mind of no mind. They have no mind, and so they're free. They don't care. Flash crash to zero. So what? Was part of it. A historical moment. Now that's a proud wrecked. That's the kind of wreck that you'd frame it and put on your wall. You know? It's not like one of those 5-minute annoying went long here, but it dipped down there and then decided to close the position, but then it went the other way around and I was right, but now I don't have a position and I'm at a loss kind of wrecked. That's the worst kind of wrecked. But if it's out of your control and the universe, the stars align and it goes to zero and you get wrecked, oh yeah, you want to be a part of that. Loud and proud. Tell them that all you did was you try to trade that rectangular pattern that you saw, and that's how it happened. Brought us all the way down to zero, and instantly rebounded back to 60K. Please stop it. I don't want to think about it.
Stop crying, you little bitch.
Come on, Mr. Devil, Mr. Devil, Mr. Devil! Always on my nuts about these things. I don't want to hear about, you know.
Shut up, TR. You're stronger than that. Get wrecked and survive, remember? Survive it all.
Okay, you're right. Every once in a while, you know, you're right. Just don't lose your sanity. Breathe. I got you. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Stop loss? That's ancient technology. No, but seriously, in terms of Bitcoin, its nature, right? Your stops are situated here on these pivots. Easy, right? But at the same time, I have found myself plenty of times in situations where you have a bad entry, you know, you're impatient with it, and you put a stop loss, gets taken out, continues. Volatility here is to be accounted for. A stop loss like this, you know, whereas when you manage a trade, and I think what it comes down to personally, right, is a good understanding of how your portfolio is built and how you manage it compensates for the lag. It's unheard of. A lot of people say, you know, what do you mean no stop losses? They're a necessary tool, but not in every trade that you take. Not in every single trade that you take, you have a stop loss. I was taught that if you need to put a stop loss, then that means you have no idea why you're taking this trade anyways, just in case it doesn't work. It has to be fully analyzed, accounted for. And yes, you will preserve capital, but you have to remember the fees and the distance from the impulse candle. We're not talking about trading a small range here with a stop loss where you'll get eaten alive anyways. But we're talking about if your entry anywhere here fails and goes down, you have a distance to work with. So 457, 1% for Bitcoin to range in a 2 hours time frame is nothing. So that cannot be. The one down here now, you're looking at a 800 point, and the ultimate untouchable stop loss on this candle, assuming that was the pivot bottom for now, is $1,000. So yeah, I don't know. It's not always healthy. It's not always healthy to have a stop loss. I guarantee you, if you trade with a small position, which is not really worth your time, you gotta balance it out. So there are a couple of things to consider. But if you trade a small position, you can pretty much avoid using stop losses altogether. But not everyone can afford that, especially if you have a smaller account. Trading a small position is not. It's not worth your time. It's literally not worth your time. You're better off doing something else. Trading is it's not profitable at that point. So you resort to scalping. Smaller accounts, again, they're at much higher risk of taking damage than bigger accounts, because those can survive for an extended period of time. So they can have a long losing position or a short losing position for an extended period. So someone who may have hedged or shorted at 30K prior before we went to 60K, they were sitting in on that position collecting fees until the very point, like until now, all the way until now, they were sitting in on that position, and now they were able to get out and basically not take any damage, any loss. So if you simulate that mentality, that assumption that your account is huge, but it's only up to, like, for example, 1 Bitcoin or less, then it's possible to survive the game as well. But then it becomes not really, like, you don't feel it. So what are you doing? You spend 8 hours managing a trade, working with it for what? Yeah, losses to recover is very hard. So most of the losses that people incur, they come from stops. I may not feel like it, but I assure you that every time you get hit, the fees that you pay, the business model, the exchanges, the way they work is exactly what they're aiming for. They want to make sure that your stops get hit. And besides, stops is what makes price move. So someone's stop at a precise location and liquidity somewhere around here is probably where we're going to have a pivotal moment, because we're going to collect all those fees and price will go up. So we hear stories about traders who say, oh, I was right in my assessment, but price went down, wiped me out, stops, got hit. Or before reaching a stop, they fiddle with it. They close their position. They say, why would I wait for it to go and hit my stop here when I can freaking market close it right now? As soon as you do that, price reverses. And you realize all you had to do was be a bit more patient. And that trading is not a thing that you can rush. The market moves on its own terms. And so all you have to do is just wait. But manage it well and try trading with one contract. I think you'll accumulate quite, in terms of percentage, very fast, and not have to worry about taking losses or using stops. Now, if you're trading size and longer term position, yeah, you absolutely need a stop, and that stop can only happen once. That's a do or die stop, because you will need some time and some very clever strategic positioning on that particular instrument or any other market, not just Bitcoin, to recover that loss because of the stop. But for example, let's say I can have a stop here, stop here, stop here. But I also think that we are near the bottom, right? And I think that if we go down to about this area, I can average it down here to about this orange line here. So my average would be sitting somewhere around here. What do I need to do in order to make that, to let it happen? So I need to wait for this to, first of all, paint red on MarketSpy. I needed to go down. I needed to go down. I needed to hit some logical support zone that I've identified as a potential stop loss accumulation liquidity zone, because when price taps into it, it's like fuel, rocket fuel. It taps into it, and that's when it bottoms and reverses because there's no more liquidity down below there. Traders find it interesting. An indicator shows that there's interest. So, for example, we have momentum coming back, we have baseline reclaims, and we have bullish signals and bearish signals at the bottom of the price. That's when I begin to accumulate an average. And I would much rather do that and exit at break even or at a slight profit than, but what is it going to cost me? It's going to cost me a few days of not trading, and this account will be locked in this position. And so I'm losing opportunities. So realistically, I can take a loss right now, reassess, and hope to recover this quickly, this loss that I take now on the next trade. Or I can be a bit more patient, give the market some time, because I have assessed this, and it is my conclusion that these tiny little fluctuations should not mean much, and that there's a potential continuation in the direction regardless of where my entry was. And so if that's the case, then it's better to just wait. It's better to just wait, and over a couple of days you should yield some results and get your trade in. So I'm pretty sure by tomorrow this will be a profitable little trade on this account, which will add to the daily gain, and who knows what else. But yeah, into the weekend we're looking to go up. Stop losses. Oh, you're right. You're right. Nothing is reflected. I don't know. I think my capture card gave up. It's too much to handle. Okay, if that's the case, let's see. Let's see what we can do here. Give me a moment. Thanks for pointing that out. The chat is so small, I can barely read it. So what's going on there? The chart is frozen, right? Nothing's moving. Wow, all that for nothing. That's a sign, guys. That's a sign to start. Oh, we fixed it, didn't we? You guys fixed it. That is awesome. That is awesome. So yeah, I was talking about these lows over here, taking them out and then waiting to come back to this liquidity. But as you can see, once we have those reclaims, there's a good chance. Now, one bad entry can cost you 10 days of nothingness. Just sit there. Can't be too early. You cannot get in on these trades immediately. Once you have a bad entry and you don't have a stop, but you know you're close enough to where you want to be on the chart, you should allow yourself to look forward to like 6 days, 1 week of not trading, and then executing a trade in profit, averaging it out, and it takes time getting used to it, because the majority of us people are attracted to making profits right then. They want to make money immediately. There's no time to wait. But the market is the kind of thing that we have to respect, and waiting is actually winning. So patience is everything. It's the same basic strategy with everything when it comes to like military, marriage, children, education, college, freaking cooking in the kitchen. Patience. The more time you put into to make that barbecue, marinate it and prepare it, and then the tastier it'll be. But if you just want to slap something quickly together, you might not get the same results from from the same action. So patience is really helpful in the markets. So there's a lot of I find in the community there's a lot of social I would say like a trader peer pressure where there's some sort of it's sort of like a competitive sport or something that you have to be quick. Bybit is hosting a lot of these competitions. Sign up right now, daily, bonus. And then you have all these streamers that are like reacting to every candle, every signal, and it seems like they're all doing well, but in actuality, very few are willing to show you what it really takes to manage something like this. And the reality is it's hard work and it takes time. But it's quite easy if you detach yourself from it, if you just give it space. Remember what traders are looking at right now. I don't know about market makers, but traders are looking at a potential bottom recovery. There's this anticipation right now where everyone's like, is this it? They'll eventually push the price up to where it needs to go. But you just gotta give them some space. Gotta give these folks some space. And actually, you have a good entry when the area looks untradeable. Like on MarketSpy, we get a lot of these like this over here, right? And no one's sure, like, is this it? Because people are looking at horizontal levels. They're looking at some imaginary lines, and those don't play out. We had a horizontal line going here, and we were supposed to, this accumulation range, we were supposed to tap it lower, and we didn't. Why? But MarketSpy was like, nah, we're not going lower. Bruh, we bottomed out. It was a reversal, signals all over the place, right? Momentum was kind of lagging, but then it was clear from here. Boom, we have a candle and off we go. So your lines are kind of the traditional methods that, like I said, they're kind of useless. It's very annoying when sorry, it's not annoying, but there's this thing, it's part of human nature where skepticism is what makes a lot of people miss out. So there's sometimes I catch myself, I'm looking at something on MarketSpy and I'm like, there's no way. I mean, I've identified a clear level, it makes sense. For example, this one right here, this is where the stops were. You see this wick right here? So that was a market enemy type 1 play, and there was a very nice accumulation zone right here, and we were supposed to post one more candle down to 32.2, this orange line. Remember in that stream I was like 32.2, and then in Discord I was like, that's the level we need to go to. Not yet. Meanwhile, the algorithm is showing you, yeah, but the accumulation is starting here and we're not going down. You better like trade what you see or you're gonna miss out. And guess what? I missed out. But there's this thing deep inside where you kind of somehow still trust yourself, because you're a great person. You have loved ones, friends surrounding you, and they love you and appreciate you. And well, I hope that's the case for most of us. I would assume that that's the case. And so you're reliable. People trust you. You trust yourself, and that trust builds up. And it's really hard to accept that some freaking algorithm out there, called MarketSpy, can actually override all of that, all of your genius, and actually leave you in the dust. And then you're like, God damn it! And that happens to me a lot. when I just can't believe my own eyes, and I end up not taking these trades because I'm like, it's just too good to be true. But then you look back and you're like, pfft. And in that instance, you remind yourself that all you had to do was wait 1 day and 6 hours. All you had to do was wait 1 day, 2 days, and 16 hours. And then you kind of average it out and you're like, okay, so 1 minute time frame signal, that's how long it freaking takes. All right, about 1 day and 8 hours on average. So while we're sitting here in this live stream debating, is this going to go up? Is this red candle is going to go down? All I know is that it's been 18 hours and we need at least 1 day and something for this price action to complete before reversing or continuing. So there's no rush. So far right now, what we're doing on the 5 minute, 50 minute time frame is that we have a checkpoint, we have a flag, we have a thick dragon skin, a fanning out of the equilibrium zones. We have our ATR printed on 15 minute, which is a $90 distance away from our entry. Price dipped, but we're sticking to that because it's probably going to happen sooner or later. But if we rush it now and start worrying about if I was oversized, I'd be closing opening positions right now, closing it, opening it. It goes up, I'll open it. Instantly goes out, I'll close it because I can't afford it to move $50 or $100 away from my entry. Because if I take that low, if I take that loss, half of my account is gone. But imagine if I wait and Bitcoin drops by 500 points. Now, emotionally, even though it's not a big deal based on volatility on Bitcoin, 500 points, that's nothing. You can stay underwater for 500 and not have to have a stop loss necessarily if you're sized accordingly. But if not, you'll go crazy and probably close that only to come back 6 hours later and see that they should have kept it. So there's a lot to work with here mentally, traders, Platoon. There's a lot to work with, and we should meditate on these things and explore them in great detail daily. Because yeah, it's hold on. Hey Radosh, okay, well, if you ever come back to the ending, thank you for being part of the stream and part of the platoon and the community in general and being active. Thank you for watching. Get back to your family, man. Get back to your family. They need you out there. We're always here. The second family, we're always here. We go away, but we always come back. And yeah, hopefully the results, MRI, health, everything is good too. I don't want to think about it. It'll be all right. Have a good weekend. Jens72, greetings, and not really a lot of indicators. Red is short, green is long. I think it looks pretty decent from over here. We're supposed to be hearing like sounds right now. Our fish hook was cast. And we had like one contract got sold, but is there back to break even? You have two options. You can break even right now. Or you can just stick to the ATR value on the 15-minute time frame and just wait and allow it to fluctuate further. And that comes down to a personal approach of how familiar are you with your system. You trust it. You absolutely have to trust it. If you can't, then every trade becomes an emotional roller coaster. That'll be the case. It's never a straight line. Up, down, up, down. Stick to those ATR values.
I don't know, folks. I feel like I wish trading had a better format for live streamers where we can take a trade and then it happens. 1 minute. 1 minute is what we're looking at. Maybe 1 minute is as good as it gets in terms of feeling the action, but it's not practical. And also, real money is at risk. We're not trading demos or money that we don't earn by trading, rather by collecting fees from affiliates. So the risk is real, but the time it takes to execute this and watch it unfold is not ideal for a streaming format. I wish it was like a video game where we could just do this all day long. But I'm here to tell you that the stream is coming to an end. I'm gonna let this bad boy run and see what happens. Stick to the plan. I'm pretty sure it'll be all right. And tomorrow, this range accumulation that we're in right now, we'll see if we can retest the baseline bounce. Remember, we had one bounce already, 2 bounces actually. And so there's a risk that we might not bounce the 3rd time. I find that on Bitcoin, after the first bounce, take a look at the 15 or the 1 hour chart or any other chart. The second bounce is doable. The third bounce, unless we're in a bull market, Bitcoin's not having it. It is probably going to fail at that. So as we start to approach the third bounce, I think it's time to consider going short, hedging, or just waiting it out to wait until we reclaim the next baseline, whether it be on a 5-minute, 15-minute time frame, or whatever your preference is, and walk away. And the point is, if you're a hodler, if you're looking to hold Bitcoin for a long-term accumulation, then you should not be concerned about trading it every day, or rather your main concern should be not losing any of it, which means gains don't really matter if you're accumulating. If you're selling it for profit, like I do, no matter what the price is, then yeah, you have to worry about taking profit on time and selling it every day or every other week. As soon as you accumulate and have a position, then you should be getting rid of it. That's my take on it. What do you guys think? Simplify it, don't amplify it. Stress is through the roof as is in this range. Last thing we need is to worry about speculation and guessing and crystal balling our way through this price action. Just keep it simple and manage well. Learn that, because once we get access to more capital, and that could be you finding a job, working in a prop shop, maybe, I don't know, depending on your age, your ambitions, or if you get that well-deserved vacation after some time and you're sitting down at your PC, at your laptop, you have more time to dedicate to this, then through all this practice, good trading hygiene will really help you stay clean and make clean money, not dirty money, not gambling, guessing money, but rather small little, because remember what the banks give you, you're doing it here with MarketSpy 1% every other day. Not a big deal. 0.3, 0.5, it matters a lot. Now this is what you put in your account, so take what you can and be thankful that we can make this be the 1% club, the real 1%ers club, not that mysterious group of people that are 1%. 1% of people who use 100% of their brain to make 1% gains that add up over time. Warren Buffett, the fifth wonder of the world, compounding. It's a beautiful night. I wish you a good day. Don't forget to have fun. And most importantly, don't lose your health over this. It's not worth it. Everything else will come. It'll follow along. The market knows where it goes. Just follow along.
To the person that won the giveaway, let me know. Let me know where you are. I don't know. I don't know if they have been here this whole time. Maybe I missed it, but we'll. If you guys are up for like a in-depth boot camp, just to refresh things a little bit and maybe look at. It's kind of too late talking about bear market. We should have been talking about that at the top. We have been here and there. I don't know. I think it's not the main focus right now. So many people are focused on the bear market. Not yet. Anyways. But yeah, the person that's won the giveaway, you need to hit me up. If I don't hear from them, we'll redraw next stream, maybe over the weekend. That's actually a great idea. And if not, yeah, boot camp. For the people that have joined us, I don't know, when do you want it, guys? Boot camp, when do you want it? We should probably do it, and we need to formulate a topic because I am a little bit out of sync. I don't know what people are having issues with. It's the depression era right now, where everyone's just kind of content being who they are, where they are by themselves, and there are no questions, no inquiries, and nothing's going on. But if you guys do want to know some very specific things about strategies or things that you have been struggling with, let's go to our Discord server, get cozy, and do a little one-on-one. We can closer examine your situation. They'll help others understand and compare maybe that situation as well. We can improve. For me personally, let's just summarize it. That chart that I posted to Discord, I'm watching that pennant for breakout. It looks like it wants to break out. I have no idea what's going on. I'm trading what I see. That's why we're not getting too many calls in the platoon. Those with MarketSpy, if you have been through the boot camps, you know exactly what to do. Just process these signals as they come. Pay attention especially to MAX 7 and the pyramids when they occur. Watch out for the yellow flags on any time frame you're on, and they usually mark the top when we're flat, or a little bit of juice left. The algos will still try to push it to see if they can attract buyers, and I don't know if we tapped into a level at 32 as perfect bottom, but we're in the green right now, in the green cloud on 1 hour, and a bit too aggressive on the 4 hours, getting rejected at the baseline. I don't know how that's going. Careful every time. I have also set the alerts for 1 hour time frame to alert us for when we cross the baseline, and in combination with other signals, so we should get like a new batch of alerts coming in for those of us who don't have much time on their hands during the busy summer, the reopening summer. So but we'll be getting those alerts, and it's a good idea to pay attention to those as they come, because there's probably a trade or two somewhere in there. And I'll be there to tell. I'll streamline the signals and the alerts through the Discord a little bit, so that we can focus on the ones that I think are sort of like a perfect balanced middle ground, where it's good for part-timers, full-timers, and traders that are like scalping can also benefit from that. But if you're scalping and you're more active than what we have talked about here, then I think trade what you see, and make sure your stops, if you're scalping, are at entry. If you have a pyramid and it starts to reverse, 90% out, keep 10 running, place stop at entry. Let it stop you out. Doesn't matter. And once it stops you out, my advice is do not re-enter, because it already stopped you out. Give it that space, because it's not, you know, remember, a good trade always it performs within the next 2, 3, 4 candles max. And if it doesn't, something's wrong. So you do not need to place those stop losses at traditional levels such as wicks. You already know, like the price action will tell you it's not attracting buyers and it's failing. So pay attention to that and trade less. Wait for us to re-emerge as the bull, or wait for us to dip and capitulate all the bulls and be on the bear side, but don't short. I think my advice is to find a level, have those bids ready, sitting, because this will be a one chance conversion, I think, from USD to Bitcoin. I think we'll have a swift revisit. 20K, in my opinion, I think 20K should be tested, and it must be tested if we're talking about like traditional return to the mean price action that ultimately occurs within the first 2 or 3 monthly candles after the initial impulse down. We're kind of there, but I think bears are having too much fun, and I'll be surprised if the market allows people who are still holding shorts from 40, 50, 60 to continue to benefit. I think that would be extreme. So I am expecting that little wedge to break out and punish those bears in the meantime, but I think the ultimate short would be sitting at mid 40s, somewhere around there. And no, I don't think we're going to 100K by September, like Bobby Lee said. So, anyone else has anything to say? CR, I just want to say, thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, man, good shit.
Okay. Lonzo?
Yeah, we're ending the stream. I'm half asleep.
Okay, I got it. I'll see you in the next one. Adios, amigos. One love, everybody. Let's wrap it up. No outro. We're just gonna cut it. And that's that. Weekend. Well, we'll chat. We'll talk through Discord, and let's get that battleground thing or whatever it's called, the battlefield friggin' battle station thing going, because I've been meaning to try. I wanted to launch it now, but it didn't work. I don't know why. By the way, $60 below entry right now, and it's accelerating down, but we'll see. I'll come back to this tomorrow, update you on this. I'm not touching it, not now. I had a chance to break even, you saw it, didn't. Let's go for the kill. Wait in the trenches. Sujitsu underwater mode activated. It's time to eat noodles and seaweed from the depth of the ocean until we come out high and dry and in profit. Until then, my friends, cheers.